Everybody. This is an appallingly late time to start the broadcast, but I did need to pick something up from. Oh, sorry. Um, cool. Um, I needed to pick something up downtown, and unfortunately, it seems like the setup took a little bit longer than I needed. So I've just kind of been running around, both getting home, but also just sort of getting myself sorted out for tonight. But I think I'm ready to go. Overall, I actually have some reasonably good news. Um, like by doing this thing, there's some stuff I've wanted to do. Weird. Um, okay. But yeah, one of the things that I've been wanting to do is Periscope videos again, and it seems like I've got a message that says I'm sort of, I don't know, like locked out, or something like that. Anyways, not something for me to deal with right now. But yeah, essentially, I've just been setting up a bunch of different accounts. I've been getting ready to do some new things. Part of this actually is I've tried to set myself up to do some more reading, which I think will be kind of fun. It's probably going to be something that happens more on YouTube, um, but maybe for the benefit of, like, so I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I know I'm quite a bit I'm quite late in getting started, so I think there may be hmm, I might be messing with the oof. I may have some problems setting some stuff up with the. Sorry, just give me a second. Excuse me. Um, yeah, there may be a couple problems setting up the stream today, but basically, I was trying to do a computer upgrade last year, and ultimately, I decided against it. And one of the disappointments for that was I had some. I basically had some plans to. Um, that's the best way for me to put it. Like, that was going to be a way that I would do some more specific VOD style content. It would be a way for me to do a little bit more in terms of reading streams, some things that people would maybe specifically be able to download or experience, and just, generally get myself sort of sorted out on a number of projects I've wanted to do for a long time, but haven't necessarily been able to. Huh. Oh, I get it now. Okay. So yeah, I was trying to figure out Periscope. I think Periscope actually was disabled this year. So that explains why I was having all that trouble. Okay, I'm sorry. You all now have my undivided attention, assuming that any of you are even here. I actually should check the quality settings and all of that too. But yeah, so it was a bit of a disappointment in terms of the fact that there's a number of things that I wanted to do, in terms of just sort of setting up more stuff for people to see and experience. Um, I didn't think that that was a financially wise decision at the time. And what's basically happening now? So the one drawback is, for me, it is stacking on a whole bunch of different upgrades all at once. So I am still running an Intel i7 6700K. and I believe we're going to be up to 13700K with the next batch that's coming out. And I've definitely noticed a few times where the processor is starting to be a big problem. And unfortunately, because of the upgrade cycle, that's going to involve, not just a new processor, but also a new motherboard. Potentially, I might even have to replace the RAM. I don't think we're at a point where DDR5 is necessary, but I guess I'll just have to look into that sort of stuff. But yeah, I was actually, my laptop is by far the one that needs the upgrade the most because the battery's sort of puffing out in the bottom. That thing is a fire hazard, basically. And unfortunately, due to the COVID-19, so I was originally trying to replace it around the start of COVID-19, and just the supply lines are completely rubbished and or supply chains, I guess, and it's not a war. And there was just absolutely no hope for me replacing that battery. So the good news is that I'm in a more secure financial position than I was last year. I would still prefer not to have so much money going out, but there is a little bit that I've saved up from Twitch and a few other things to sort of cover this. But yeah, all of that's coming into play now, and what I'm hoping to do is to turn some of this into opportunities to basically just do some more stuff for broadcasting. But today was sort of the first set of some of those changes, and I don't know. It took me longer to sort of get everything sorted out, and include. Actually, you could just give me 1 second here. Yeah, so I just wanted to see what was going on with Periscope. So on December 15th, 2020, Twitter announced that it would be discontinuing the service on March 31st, 2021 due to declining usage, product realignment, and high maintenance costs. It was removed from its respective stores in Android and iOS on the 31st of March 2021. However, the videos of the service can still be watched via Twitter, as most of its features are now incorporated into the app. So I am interested in terms of what the replacement for Periscope is. For those of you who didn't know, I used to do these walks around. Various parts of Ottawa. My system walks. And I mean, maybe that's just something for just chatting or something like that. But it was kind of nice that I could have it on Twitter, and that would just be something that people don't need to log in for. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yeah, that's a shame because I finally got set up for all of that, and it's oh, interesting. Somebody noticed something on Culta Simulator video. Sorry, I said I was going to give you my undivided attention, and then I divided it. But yeah, so the dilemma that I had was my original plan was to be ready to go at about, I'd say, I don't know. I think my original hope was to try and do something like 9 o'clock for a start. That obviously didn't happen. And the drawback is my original plan was going to be to do Imperium's Greek Wars, and I want to do that, but I feel like on an evening when I'm already really frazzled and trying to get my thoughts together from from a late start. And then on top of that, I wanted to read the manual fully. It's about a 220-page manual or so. I'm just really not in a position to say that I'm equipped for equipped for that game right now. Now I've made progress. I think I'm about halfway maybe a little bit under halfway. But the thing is I'll probably wind up doing the tutorial again anyway. And the one thing I don't want to do is, because the last time we played this, it was like half an hour of, or not half an hour, it was like a 3 hour stream, but we got through the tutorial and that was about it because I talked so much about the history. I don't mind talking about the history, but what I do mind is doing another 3 hour stream of Imperiums and only getting through the tutorial again. So I was actually kind of racking my brain tonight. I was actually debating on just doing a just chatting and maybe trying to do some programming or some econometric stuff for that. But that probably requires a little more brain power than I have right now. And hello, sorry, new notification. What the hell is this? Sorry, I just got a notification about a certain amount being spent on one of my credit cards. Okay. Anyways, as you can see, I'm really not in a position for an incredibly focused strategy session. And particularly for learning a game as I go. So I decided I've actually played this game on stream before, but what I think would be kind of interesting is to give this a shot, and maybe reintroduce some people. It's a small amount, but I just want to know where that. I just want to know where that dollar value came from. Because the possibility here is that it's an amount that wasn't like that it's an old notification. So I've got a really easy way of checking this. Oh, come on. Hmm. Um, yeah, actually, this is. So I just got a pending transaction. I'm really sorry to do this. I'm going to call my bank really quickly. And I'm sorry to do this at the start because I know it's been 10 or 15 minutes of rambling. It just occurred to me that this card should be completely locked down. um, so I am going to take a break. I apologize for this, and I'm going to be back as soon as I can. And then I'm going to explain what game we're playing. So sorry about this. Okay, sorry about that. I got the most frustrating news I possibly could. So basically, it seems that I went to take a bus today, and I used my bus pass. However, instead of triggering the bus card, it seems like the it used my credit card instead, and that credit card I have a big balance transfer on, so I'm going to wind up basically paying like 20% interest on a $4 bus ticket, because they took the money off of my credit card instead of my bus pass. So I am going to have to give them a call and yell at them for what is possibly going to be the most expensive bus ride in my life. Um, and obviously, that took like ten minutes of your time. So, for those of you who are still sticking around with me, thank you. And we're going to enjoy some video games. So, first things first, what is this game? You can notice the title in here is Afterlife. This is a game that was made by LucasArts. So this is Once Upon a Time. So there's one of the things I find kind of neat about Lucasfilm is a bunch of stuff that they did that it's basically a bunch of stuff that they did which maybe isn't quite recognized as like a big Lucas thing. So like when you think of Lucasfilm, you're basically thinking like Star Wars and Indiana Jones. And but one thing that you may not know is that Pixar started off as an animation division for them. I actually seem to recall that there was basically like a divorce proceeding, and I think Lucas needed to come up with some cash, and so that's ultimately why he wound up selling that to Steve Jobs. And LucasArts was the interactive entertainment division, and obviously it's a well-known company. It's made plenty of Star Wars games. The Dark Forces series came from it, and I think it's fair to say that yeah, actually, Elgrins, you may be the only one in here, so I'm probably preaching to the converted. But the thing is that LucasArts is also a company that wound up inspiring a lot of games, which are still getting sequels to this day. But basically, they did a lot of stuff that was sort of interesting in its own right. So some good examples of this would be games like The Secret of Monkey Island. Hey, Takri, how you doing? I think you were doing role-playing today? I think whenever you do your group streams, I always assume that it's role-playing. I think you're going to like this one. But yeah, so there's Monkey Island, there's Full Throttle, there's Grim Fandango. And this division was eventually brought into Disney. Unfortunately, it seems to be that its fate was basically it's kind of like a licensing entity now, as opposed to being something that develops its own games. And I think it's fair to say that to kind of the LucasArts of the famous LucasArts is definitely not been around for a while. The adventure side of things, I don't think they made any adventure games after Grim Fandango. But Double Fine sort of picked that up. A lot of people who had left LucasArts after they stopped doing adventure games wound up at Telltale, although, again, a few of them wound up at Double Fine. And but every once in a while, when you take a look in the back catalog, you're going to find some really interesting entries. There's a couple that I'd like to play that are in the adventure game mold. But this one in particular is an interesting one. In fact, this is made by one of the people who I think primarily designed adventure games both before and after this came out. So this is a city builder called Afterlife. The manual's 10 pages long, so it's not going to take that much. And I have no idea how far I'm going to get in the game, to be honest. But I know, so there's actually one really specific reason why I'm doing this. tonight is well, not tonight, but like because I was looking for something casual to do. Takri has been really enjoying City Skylines lately, and or maybe not even lately, but has been really enjoying City Skylines for a while. And I thought this is probably interesting enough that it will appeal to create playing currently. Okay. I think this is just weird enough to be able to appeal, and like it just kind of has these alignments with some other stuff that I know them from, and it's a chance to maybe show some of you who didn't get to see it the first time I played this. Basically, LucasArts taking on a really popular genre, but maybe like it not being one of these things that was really well known. Hey, Vanguard Master, good to see you. Like basically, I don't hear people talking about this game that much. Like the Star Wars stuff, I feel like LucasArts is going to be quite well known for. You know, and I'd argue that Dark Force is actually innovated as far as first-person shooters. In fact, I think it's the first one where you could sort of look up and down. One of the drawbacks with Dark Forces is that the levels are just absolute labyrinths. I find that a very difficult game to get through. But, you know, they were quite successful in terms of doing their first-person shooter. They also did a first-person shooter called Outlaws, which I never wound up playing. I think probably the non-Star Wars stuff that was most successful for them were their adventure games, and they are truly excellent. You know, we've done Day of the Tentacle and we've done Full Throttle on the stream. I believe Valiant Cheese actually worked on both of the remasters for those. But the I suppose in the grand scheme of things, in terms of the you know the stuff that people kind of talk about in terms of you know, the LucasArts legacy, their effort to sort of take up the city builder and put their own stamp on it isn't there. And I think it's kind of funny because there have been some cases where LucasArts sort of flopped introducing or like trying to work in a new genre. So a good example of this would be they did a fighting game for PlayStation, I think, called like Masters of Terras Cassie. Hey, Tiberiosity, are you streaming right now? One way or the other. Thank you for stopping by. For those of you, I'm sure all of you know Tiberiosity from the last couple of hosts. But yeah, you know, like LucasArts didn't just have this unbroken string of hits. There were definitely some cases where, you know, they tried something and it didn't work out. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But in the case of Afterlife, I don't think there's an argument to be made that this is a bad game. It's an old game, so there's a few things that'll kind of, you know, rub you the wrong way, I think. But I think the other thing that's interesting about this is that I feel like this is probably one of the more original takes on a city builder that I've seen that, you know, with the exception of, you know, Industries of Titan now, I don't know. I tend not to feel like there was a lot that went into these. There's lots of city builders out there, but they usually tended to, I don't know, have this, I guess, for lack of a better term, I guess it like usually you'd find it working with history more than anything. And I do find that kind of curious. Like it makes me wonder, you know, why they didn't, why there wasn't more innovation like this. So anyways, let's go through the manual. It does say read me first, and let's see what we're getting into. So Afterlife, the last word in technical manuals. Inside you'll find a nifty getting started guide, a handy troubleshooting guide, helpful excerpts from Infotainment World's The Afterlife Official Player's Guide. I didn't realize there was an official player's guide. How much you want to bet that's not in the GOG version? Okay, so we've got the remote control, year of the Afterlife, fate weights. Okay, so this is the distribution of kind of zones that I need to build. The currency in this game is pennies from heaven. Option selected, the micro view. Swatches for the various sins and virtues, so avarice, charity, envy, contentment, wrath, peacefulness, lust, chastity, gluttony, temperance, sloth, diligence, pride, humility, and generic zoning. We can build gates, roads, karma stations, karma track, training centers, topias, ports, siphons and banks, omniblages and love domes, special buildings, limbo structures, the lightning bolt to zap, destroy buildings, directional arrows, planet view, zooming in and out, soul view, graph view, macro manager, map view. We can flatten heaven and hell if we do not want to see all the buildings, as well as flattening karma structures and the grid tiles. We can see Jasper and Aria, our two advisors. It will tell us our total population, number of lost souls, the total planetary population, and the rate per soul that we earn. Now, none of this will mean anything to us because this is in fact the back of the manual. So let's try this again. How to reach us: 415-507-4545. Let's see if that number still works. Getting started. Launching under Windows 95. I don't think we need to worry about this. I'm going to assume that DOSBox is properly working. Let's skip troubleshooting. All right. Afterlife, excerpts from the official player's guide. Introduction. The following is excerpted from the Afterlife official player's guide, written by Joe Ashburn and published by Infotainment World Books. These excerpts provide extra information about certain features of the game that were especially chosen to enhance your playing experience. Okay, the truth is we ran out of room in the manual and thought that this would be a great way to get more advanced, help the more advanced player get into the game. Microview. The color bar under the Microview balance slider will change from dark gray to white depending on how well balanced your fate building is. When you have properly balanced the building, the color bar will be white. Wow, so it doesn't explain... So it just goes straight into the... It just goes straight into the tips? It doesn't actually tell you how to play the game? This is a very strange manual. So Algrins, if you played this when it came out, like, is this what the manual was? Because, like, I'm looking here, we've got part 1, which is telling me how to play the game. Well, there's a README file, so maybe I'll try that. I do like some of the attitude. Like, so it's like, change the current installation, read the silly README file, play Afterlife, quit, the only sane thing to do. Like, this is cute. Like, I like the sense of humor, but good Lord. Okay. Okay, cool. Most of the time I don't bank on on old games telling me how to play them. Okay, the planet view graphically displays data about different aspects of planetary life. The first display button on the right gives you a display of the population of the planet, with lowest population represented by bright yellow and highest by dark orange. The text window gives specific information about whichever point on the planet you click. This includes terrain, sector population, technology levels, sin levels, and relative popularity of tenants. Technology. The second button displays technology data for the whole planet, with low technology represented by bright orange and high technology represented by dark brown. Bear in mind that high technology displayed is the highest level available on the planet. So if no one on the planet has reached a greater technological level than the discovery of fire, those cultures that have fire will be colored dark brown. Do not confuse light and dark brown mountain shading with technology displays. If you wish to be sure which is which, click the Sin Virtue button. If the area in question stays dark brown, it is mountain terrain, not high technology. You can also adjust technology levels by clicking on the area of the planet that you wish to influence. Check with the population display to make sure that you are influencing an area with high population so the technology will spread quicker. Then moving the slider up to the amount of influence you can afford. The amount of pennies this will cost is displayed under the Embo silhouette. Now click on the penny icon to the right of the slider and you will have placed an influential inventor on the planet. The following in order are the potential technology levels on the planet: fire, pottery, irrigation, boating, philosophy, navigation, industry, mass transit, medicine, aviation, nuclear. I was reading something about pronunciation of that. I believe I pronounced that correctly, but now I'm doubting myself. Gravity, climate, weather, and advanced golf. The higher the technology level, the more area on the planet becomes habitable. Sin and virtue. The first sin virtue displayed when you click on the sin virtue button is envy and contentment. By clicking the color slider for each quality, you can see the level of sin or virtue for that color present on the planet. If you wish to adjust this, move the appropriate sliders up toward the heaven symbol or down towards the hell symbol. You can adjust more than one quality at a time if you have the pennies. Now click on the area you wish to influence. Move the main slider to how many pennies you wish to spend. Click the penny icon. You have just placed an influential artist. Two qualities here will have direct influence on your afterlife. Increasing lust on the planet will result in a larger planetary population, and of course more lustful souls in hell. And increasing peacefulness is a good thing to do as your technology level approaches nuclear, so you don't run the risk of a nuclear war. Tenets. The first tenet displayed when you click on tenets is ism. By clicking on the icon for a given tenet, you can view the strength of that tenet on the planet. If you are not sure what tenet is represented by a given icon, right-click or option-click if you're a Mac user on that icon to get a text box that identifies the icon. If you wish to increase the influence of that tenet, click on the area of the planet, then move the slider to the amount of pennies that you wish to spend. Click on the penny icon and you've placed an influential politician. Macro Manager. As we mentioned in our discussion of the micro view, tiles need to be balanced between production and research and development. The Macro Manager allows you to do this to entire zones of fates. If you notice in map view, for instance, that all envy tiles are permanent, you could use the Macro Manager to juice up the R&D in envy. You could even balance your entire afterlife. There's also the option of clicking on the auto balance icon at the top of the Macro Manager window and letting the Macro Manager do the balancing for you with the auto balance feature. The Macro Manager will also allow you to lock entire sections of fate zoning at their current level of evolution. This only means that they will not evolve higher and will protect these structures from devolution should their populations drop drastically. Bear in mind that the Macro Manager is a costly feature. The exact cost is displayed at the bottom of the Macro Manager window. Real estate inventory. The Afterlife Strategy Guide features a real estate inventory that gives you a complete profile of every building in the afterlife, as well as the strength and range of the vibes those buildings exert on the structures surrounding them. The vibe strength is represented as a plus or minus, meaning respectively good or bad vibes. All regular fate buildings, punishments, or rewards that have a vibe range of one tile above, below, and to the right and left. For this mini strategy guide, we are including samples of the largest fate buildings for each color zoning. Contentment, Brahmic, Bovine, Bliss Ranch, vibe +6. Description. Anyone who's ever looked deeply into the eyes of a cow knows the truth. Cows are the single most blissed out creatures in all of creation. On the BBB ranches, this characteristic is taken to its logical endpoint, as contented souls are allowed to live out their afterlives as happy, cud-chewing cows. Moo. Charity, Ascetic Mountains, vibe 0. Description. The ultimate rewards for charitable souls are ascetic mountains. Here, unburdened by the weight of worldly possessions, a soul can blissfully spend eternity contemplating the mysteries of the universe. My God, there's a lot of these. Temperance, Party Town, vibes -6. Party towns are like Mardi Gras, New Year's Eve, the 4th of July, and Carnival all rolled into one. Every noon there's a parade, every evening there's fireworks, and every night there's dancing in the streets. And since it's heaven, no one wakes up the next day feeling like hell. Chastity, Cherubopolis, vibe 0. Cherubopolis, the ultimate reward for chaste souls, is a relatively quiet place punctuated by the occasional twang of Cherub's arrow, followed almost immediately by the sigh of two souls falling deliriously in love. Peacefulness, the 19th T-Links, vibes +6. Ah, the serenity of the fairways, the lilting quack of the duck on the water hazard, the loud thwack of a tee shot slicing dangerously from the fairway. Surely there are few activities that require such a zen-like state of peacefulness as golf. That's why, for the past century or so, the most peaceful souls have been grabbing available tee times at heaven's golf courses. Humility, look to the stars, vibe 0. The biggest and bestest of humility rewards works on many levels. First, the humble souls are scattered into space where their powerful goodness ignites into new stars. These stars give rise to planetary systems teeming with new life and new civilizations. Eventually, millions of years later, the light from these stars and souls reaches planets in other systems where astronomers notice the new stars and are inspired to create a new constellation, invariably named after the humble soul whose essence gave birth to the constellation in the first place. Diligence, the final frontier, vibes -6. Description, the ultimate reward for the diligent, adventurous souls in this one-way ticket into the great unknown, this dicey existence trying to make an afterlife for oneself in the vast unexplored territories beyond heaven and hell. But who better to tame the wilderness than those hardy, workaholic souls of heaven? The best generic virtue, good heavens theme park, vibes +6. Description, hey, recently deceased soul 294,321, you've just finished up a life of unprecedented goodness. What are you going to do now? I'm going to heaven. All right. Envy, Escher pits, vibes +6. Description, the Escher pits stretch out the old out of the frying pan into the fire conundrum to an absurdly infinite degree. Hey, Valiant Cheese, can't hang around, sadly, doing audio editing that's not compatible with having a stream on in the background, but I hope you have fun helping these dead aliens find peace or torment that they deserve. Well, I'm sorry you can't hang out, Cheese, because I know we were talking about this, but if you do finish your audio work in time, I am actually just starting. So it's been 44 minutes, but it's because I had to deal with some bank nonsense. So I'm actually going to be around for a while if you want an excuse to set yourself. Oh, if you can just give me a quick second. But yes, for those of you who do not know, Valiant Cheese has actually done a bee-themed city builder, and we've talked about Afterlife recently as well as SimCity. He does stream on his channel, so if you'd like to check out some game design stuff, he does a little bit of everything and is actually really good at sort of sharing his knowledge. So if you want to learn 3D modeling, he has Blends Day, which I believe is tomorrow. He shares his game development. He's currently working on a Minesweeper sort of a variation called Bone Sweeper, where you are discovering fossils and you're discovering fossils and you're also reassembling them. So there's a little bit of Tetris there as well, but I don't think that's not really the selling point. But in any case, definitely somebody to check out, particularly because I know there's a number of aspiring game developers in the community. And of course, there's a number of already game developers in the community. And of course, you can also hang out in Cheese's channel as well. We were also talking about some of the other, stuff LucasArts had done. So inevitably that, brought up your work for Double Fine as well. But anyways, I'll let you get back to your audio. Okay, back to Envy. The Escher pits. The Escher pits stretch out the old out of the frying pan into the fire conundrum to an absurdly infinite degree. On the face of it, they look like ordinary, if somewhat elaborate torture chambers. There's racks, thumbscrews, tapes of Regis and Kathy Lee, the usual. Upon closer inspection, one finds that it is not your everyday house of pain. For one thing, no soul is being tormented in the same manner as his neighbor. This leads the envious damned to think that they've got it worse off than the poor suckers next to them. Secondly, the damned are allowed to switch places with their neighbors every few days. Since they're envious buggers by nature, they inevitably choose to make the switch, convinced that they'll be better off. Lastly, and this is the tricky paradoxical part, whenever a soul chooses to switch torments, the new torment is always worse than the previous one. It's a Mobius strip of pain. Avarice, Discorp. Vibe 0. Description. Nothing brings out the worst in people like a never-ending round of office politics, which is why the Discorp is the ultimate punishment for avaricious souls. The damned all start in the Discorp mailroom, then spend thousands of years backstabbing, butt-kissing, and sleeping their way to a cozy vice presidential position, only to be demoted back to the mailroom by Discorp's capricious and whimsical demon CEO. Gluttony, the bowels of hell. Vibes -6. Description. It's very difficult to describe the bowels of hell without getting nauseous, but here it goes. 1. The gluttonous damned are sewn into the interior lining of a humongous archdemon's digestive tract. For the record, the archdemons in question invariably had bad diets filled with tons of spicy foods. 2. Each soul has a clear plastic feeding tube crammed into his mouth. 3. The other end of the feeding tube is connected to the other end of the digestive tract of each of the soul's neighbor, resulting in... Sorry, I thought I could go through it with it, but my stomach couldn't take it. Take a look at the picture if you must. Sloth. 666 penance over perdition theme parks. Vibes -6. Description. There is a theory put forward by a former theme park employee that there is only so much happiness in the universe, and that to make someone really, really happy, someone else must be really, really miserable. This theory certainly holds true at the 666 Penance theme parks. The demonic guests of the park are deliriously amused by the park's rides, games, and shows. On the other hand, the park's workers, comprised entirely of the slothful damned, are so unhappy that they often throw themselves on the tracks of the Big Chunder roller coaster, only to discover that they can't be killed or fired. Lust, the Big T's shower. Shower towers. Vibe 0. Description. Most of the lust punishments in hell simply shut off, dull, or otherwise impede the damned's physical senses. In the ultimate lust punishment, however, the damned are allowed full access to their carnal sensations. They're just not allowed to do anything with them. Through a clever program of stripteases, readings from pulpy romance novels, and cold showers, the damned are kept in a state of perpetual horniness that slowly, methodically drives them mad and blind. Wrath. War. What is it good for? Vibes +6. Everyone knows that war is hell, but in this case, hell is war. In this case, the ultimate punishment for the wrathful damned souls are forced to kill or be killed in a never-ceasing battle between hundreds of armies. When the damned are killed, their bodies regenerate, and they're sent back to the front to die anew. Pride, the loony bin. Vibe 0. Combining the savage prison politics of San Quentin, Sacramento with the humiliating patronization of St. Elscare, the loony bin is the ultimate in degrading torment for proud souls. If you're not crazy when you get there, just wait a few weeks. And generic sin, a world of pain, vibes -6. Wow, you've managed to create a world of pain, the ultimate in generic punishments. In this gargantuan complex, millions of souls can be efficiently tortured using a combination of modern-day psychological techniques and good old-fashioned instruments of horror. Unabashed Player's Guide plug. The Afterlife Official Player's Guide by Joe Ashburn is published by Infotainment World Books and is available just about anywhere the game is sold. The guide offers valuable strategy tips for maintaining a perfect heaven and hell, as well as original development art and background on the game's design. You can order the guide directly from LucasArts by calling 1-800-98-LUCAS. All right, keyboard commands that I'm almost certainly not going to use. Yeah, okay, so that was a nice long walk down a windy beach to a cafe that was closed. I'm going to take a quick look here and see if there's that README. Yes, there is a README that they... how big is this thing? Let's all give a cheer for the great big Afterlife README file, aka the 10th Circle of Hell. Since this README is a scrolling text box, you'll be hard-pressed to find any page numbers, bold letter headings, or fancy formatting. We split the information for Windows 95 users and MS-DOS users with the Windows 95 specific topics first, followed by the DOS specific topics, and the topics are in all cap letters, so I think... Aha! Okay, I'm going to try running this first, but it looks like there's a way of changing the resolution. So I'm just going to hit play first and see what happens.
Scalpel.
Scalpel.
Sponge.
Sponge.
Clamp.
Clamp.
Terrier.
Terrier.
What the?
Blood pressure 900/12, doctor.
Get me 15 deciliters of phenylalanine, stat.
Still nothing, doctor.
Damn. Hand me those electrocardiostimulators, stimulators, nurse.
The what?
The jumper cables, you fool! Hurry!
Oh, here.
Clear!
I'm still not getting anything, Doctor.
Again! Clear! Live, damn you, live!
Doctor, we've lost him.
Damn! So, you want to go out for a drink?
Okay, I don't want to spend too much time on messing around with these, but because the game mentioned that there's an INI file where I can change the resolution, I would actually really like to see if I can oh. Hmm. Okay, that's not as cool as I thought it was going to be. Afterdos.ini. Okay. I think it said 1200. Oh. Now I've gone and done it. I don't remember what the original setting was. I should never have messed with this. It could also be that I can't edit this because of the... No, that is a valid... That's a valid entry. Okay, I want to see if I can see what that error message says in DOSBox. Oh, I had it there for a second. Okay, I'm going to see if I can be quick on my print screen. Yes, I don't see anything there. Okay. Well, my last remaining option is to just go through the resolutions they list. This is promising.
Scalpel.
Scalpel.
Sponge.
Sponge.
Clamp.
Clamp.
Terrier.
Terrier.
What the?
Blood pressure 900 over 12, Doctor.
Get me 15 deciliters of phenylalanine, stat.
Still nothing, Doctor.
Damn. Hand me those electrocardial stimulators, nurse.
The what?
The jumper cables, you fool! Hurry!
Oh, here.
Clear!
I'm still not getting anything, Doctor.
Again! Clear! Live, damn you, live!
Doctor, we've lost him.
Damn! So, you want to go out for a drink?
So, I apologize for the time it took me to get started. I'm going to run and get some tea really quickly, and then we can actually play this game an hour into the start of the stream. Now, if I recall correctly, I think online there's a couple of FAQs to tell us like how to play this game well. But let's maybe not do that. Yeah, so I actually have, I do have some saves from the last time I played this. Another thing that's kind of neat about this is that there are scenarios inside the game. And again, I sort of feel like the manual should sort of explain what these things are, but I genuinely don't recall. Maybe it explains it at the start, but Dusk of the Demiurges, Dante's Divine Sitcom, Splitsville, and Too Evil to Live. But we're going to start a new game, and I'm going to play on easy because I am terrible. If you can just give me a second here. It's actually quite difficult for me to see. I can't, if I put this... So I don't have, like I've put this as full screen as I can get on Twitch, but for me, given my monitor's resolution, it's actually a very small game. And I have a feeling that the volume might be a little loud. It's definitely loud for me. So maybe just let me know if I'm being drowned out by the game. All right, our advisors.
Your little slice of hell isn't going to start growing until you build a gate, Your Eminence.
Yeah, neither will heaven, boss.
So one trick that I learned about this game, and I'm pretty sure I talked about it at the last time we played it, is that you can actually build a gate. You can not build a gate in heaven or hell, and you wind up like you don't lose anything. If you don't have rewards or punishments in heaven or hell, then you suffer the effects. But if it's just a question of like if you simply don't have a way of entering the afterlife, the souls aren't lost. Now there's a bit. Oh, actually, sorry. There's tutorial. So let's read these.
Good afternoon,
Oh, cool.
Your Holiness, and welcome. I look forward to assisting you in your new role as demiurge of this planet. My name is Jasper Wormsworth, and I am certain when you have seen the services I can provide, we can strike a deal that will be mutually beneficial.
Welcome, 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 boss. I'm Aria Goodhalo, and I'm your heavenly helper. Hiya, Wormy.
Look what the cherubs dragged in. We'll discuss my compensation later.
Oh, Pooh, don't be such a meanie.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? We're here to help you set up a smoothly running hell.
And heaven.
If we must. But let's use hell as our initial example. It's so much more interesting.
And uglier.
As I was saying before Featherbrain intruded, the first thing you need to do is set up a gate to allow souls to enter the infernal regions. Click on the first button in the third row. Here, I'll do it for you. And you will see a display of potential gates. Since you're new on the job and your resources are limited, I'll just pick out the most, well, economical of the three. Now we find a parcel of open real estate and place it by clicking on the map, like so. Welcome.
Ooh, but it looks so empty out there all by its lonesome.
Much like your head, my dear. Actually, the virtuous little ninny does have a point. All we've built thus far is a gate, an entrance into hell. If we want anything to happen in hell, we'll need to build some punishments. Before we build our punishments, let's lay down some road so the poor sods have some way to get to them. We do that by clicking on the road button, then clicking next to the gate, then holding down the mouse to drag the road out until it covers a good long distance. We can start zoning for punishments now. So I'll go up to those solid colored blocks at the top of your remote control. Each color represents one of the 7 deadly sins. I'll start with the green one, envy, one of my personal favorites. Now I'll find an open spot by the road and click and drag to create a 3x3 envy zone. Simplicity itself. We then do the same with the other 6 sins, and voila! A scrumptious little mini hell.
Well, heaven can wait, but not forever, you know. Let's just scroll up. That's it. And put down a pretty little gate right here. Isn't that spiffy?
Adorable.
Oh, don't be naughty, Wormy. Oops, I forgot. That's your job, isn't it? Now we need some road and lay out our reward zones. There you go, boss. Don't you just love it? Now let's change your tempo to mortal plotting. And wow, look at those little buildings go. It's official. You're in the afterlife business.
So I actually do kind of like these tutorials. Is everybody okay if I go through them from the start? Just because I actually I rather like the 2 hosts, and I know I don't always get a chance to show off the thing. Hey, did we actually lose the? No, okay, we didn't. Okay, excellent.
Oh, geez, boss, you're in a pickle. Have you noticed those great big colored spiky things with colored balls on the top? Those mean you're losing souls.
Ah, yes, I've been meaning to talk to you about that.
Well, gosh darn it, Wormy, it's important. Think about all those poor wandering spirits without an eternal home.
Actually, I was thinking more about the impact on the eternal budget. Lost souls equals lost pennies.
Well, that's important too, I guess. Anyway, boss, here's what you do. First, let's look at the color of the lost soul spike. It's blue. This means that here in heaven, souls are looking for humility rewards, but can't find any.
Or it could signify that the heavens' humility rewards are full.
Yeah, that too. In any case, the easiest way to fix the problem is to add more humility zones. Just click on the humility zoning button, which is coincidentally the same color as the lost soul spike, and drag a new area of humility zoning nearby. In a few years, your losses will be a thing of the past.
As you may have surmised, the color of the lost soul spike indicates the color you need to zone for. If you see a green spike, make more green zones, a brown spike, more brown zones, etc.
Sometimes you can lose souls because your roads aren't connected. Like these 2. Just hook them up with another road tile and say bye-bye to your lost souls. Bye-bye.
By the way, sir, if you should ever notice one of those lost soul spikes with a miniature karma station on top, you might wish to check the road and karma track connections to your karma station bases and your karma portal bases. And if perchance you should spot a miniature gate on top of a spike, make sure you have enough properly connected gates to handle the influx of population.
Why, Wormy, you were positively helpful.
My dear Miss Goodhalo, helpful is my middle name.
I thought it was Herbert.
All right, so we've covered how to build. We've covered the idea of what happens. Hey, totally not Falcon. We've covered what happens if you don't have enough real estate for people's fates. So now we're going to talk about karma.
Many souls will, after a time, choose to reincarnate themselves into a new body on the planet. It's imperative that you, the demiurge, meet these souls' reincarnation needs.
Unfortunately, the only way a soul can reincarnate is by going through a karma portal. which is a trans-dimensional nexus thingy that floats halfway between heaven and hell.
When a soul enters a karma portal, it's instantaneously transported to its new body and its new life.
Ooh, and it makes a neat little purple flash of light.
This is all well and good, but it does beg the question, how are you, the demiurge, going to get your souls all the way from here to here?
Ooh, I know.
Oh, all right, go ahead.
The way to get souls to the karma portals is with karma vehicles, which run on karma track and are dispatched from karma stations.
Well, that certainly clears everything up.
No, really, it's easy. Look. First, click on the karma station button on your remote. Now pick a karma station. I'm going to choose the least expensive one because it's early in the game. Now, find an empty place near your road and drop your new karma station.
You know, that building doesn't look anything like the karma station you selected.
That's because that building is the karma station anchor that holds the real station in place, you silly. The real karma station is floating directly above it. Halfway between heaven and hell, see?
I see. But why is the karma station anchor all black and cracked?
That's 'cause the karma station hasn't been hooked up to the karma portal with some karma track, Grumplepuss. Watch. First, I'll click on the karma track button. Now I'll click and drag a karma track from my karma station to the karma portal. Voila!
I'm sorry, but I don't see any karma track. All I see are several cheesily cycling blue squares.
That's because you're not looking up, silly boy. See, there's the karma track we just built. Like the karma station, the karma track is anchored in hell, but actually exists in between heaven and hell. If we watch for a couple of seconds, we'll probably even see a karma train go by, whisking souls back to the planet.
Most impressive. I assume the procedure is similar in heaven.
Oh, you betcha. In fact, since heaven and hell share the same karma track, I can connect heaven's first karma station to the existing track by dropping it next to those blue squares. Now I've built a functional karma station for heaven that's connected to karma track that's anchored in hell. See?
Remarkably well done, you relentlessly perky cherub. Is there anything else the demiurge should know about reincarnation?
Oh, probably. But those are the basics. Hey, wanna go get a root beer?
Demons do not drink root beer.
Sorry, I just saw your message, Velkin. So one thing I actually really, this is one tutorial I found really helpful because I think I wound up doubling up a lot of tracks. And the idea, I mean, it's an old game, right? So it's sometimes a little hard to get this idea of these buildings existing between the two planes. But it's actually a neat little way that this game. So first of all, you can see how this game is interesting just because the afterlife is an interesting fantasy, right? It's one that you're gonna want to, if you hear, right, oh, there's a video game that's about managing heaven and hell, like, okay, I'm interested. Tell me more about what's going on here. But what I kind of like is that they go a little bit more, like they don't just kind of rest on their laurels with that idea. What I think is kind of neat about this is that, in SimCity, you are managing one city. And there are things that you can do with the idea of heaven and hell that you can't if it's just about managing one city. And this is there's a couple of other builder games which do this. So like 2 Point Hospital and 2 Point Campus. In these cases, you're actually playing sort of like a network of schools and hospitals. It's actually the other way around. So the hospital game was before the campus game. But in this case here, right, like you kind of have this continuity. Some of the things that you've upgraded are going to carry on through. And I mean, that's just natural progression inside of a game. That doesn't seem that, maybe doesn't seem that special in the moment. But what I think is kind of cool about Afterlife is this idea of there being, the karma stations, and you being able to build infrastructure between heaven and hell for that middle point, that return to the planet, I just think is kind of a neat idea. And there's going to be a few other ways that there's going to be some different interactions between the two planes, which I think is kind of neat. But anyways, I do actually want to play this game at some point. So we will now move on to your workforce.
Here, Your Eminence, we have a shining example of an afterlife that isn't operating at maximum efficiency. How, you may ask, do I know this? Well, if you'll allow me to bring up a personnel graph from your remote control, as you can see, this afterlife doesn't have any homegrown angels or demons, and its entire workforce is commuting.
Oh, that's because it doesn't have any training centers or topias yet.
And would little Miss Goody Two Wings like to explain what training centers and topias are?
Why, I'd love to.
That's peachy. Knock yourself out.
Well, gee, training centers, like train processed souls to become demons or angels. If all your demons and angels are homegrown, they'll be much less expensive, especially if you give them someplace to live so they won't have to commute. That's where the topias come in. In heaven, they're called utopias. In hell, they're called dystopias. But either way, it's a place for your workforce to live so they don't have to commute, so you can save more money to reward your souls.
Or to torment them. At any rate, since training centers only recruit fully processed, permanently residing souls, it's a good idea to place your centers by a road, smack dab in the middle of your fate structures, like so. And now I'll put one in hell. We should also have topias in both realms. They don't need to be next to a road since angels and demons can fly. But it's nevertheless a good idea to put them near fully realized fate structures since they exert powerful vibes that help buildings to evolve. So let's try one here in hell and one here in heaven. Now I'll crank up the tempo and wait a few years. Very good. Now let's check the chart, shall we? Ah, most satisfactory. The only thing better than an evil demon is an inexpensive one.
Okay, on to graphs and maps.
Just as the successful politician depends on public opinion polls and a little healthy graph to stay in office, the successful demiurge must keep an eye on the relevant graphs and charts to maintain a successful afterlife. Let's check out the graphs first and see what they can do. Going from the top down, the first one displays the distribution of belief systems. With this graph, you can tell what percentage of your afterlife's population believes in reincarnation. How many only believe in heaven, how many only believe in hell, that sort of thing. The second graph breaks down your afterlife's population by sin or virtue. The darker colors represent permanent residents, the lighter colors temporary residents, and the hollow lines represent available housing for that quality. The third chart shows how close some of your special purpose buildings are to being full. As the solid area creeps toward the top, it's time to build new structures. The next graph is the history graph, which charts your afterlife's population growth, income, outcome, and other variables over time.
Are you done yet?
Not quite. The fourth chart shows the composition of your workforce. Remember, homegrown angels and demons are cheaper than imported ones, and resident workers are cheaper than commuting ones. So keep an eye on those training centers and topias. That pretty much wraps up the graphs.
I think maps are nicer. They're more organic.
I gather that you wish to take over the discussion at this point.
Don't you want to share?
That's not exactly in my nature. Consider yourself free to ramble on.
Okay. Anyway, let's shift into the map view by either clicking on the window menu or using the icon on your remote control. Personally, I like the cute little pictures, so we'll just click there. And here's our map view. The map view can show you a top-down view of either heaven or hell, and you can flip between the two with the harp and the pitchfork buttons. See? Heaven, hell. Heaven, hell. Heaven, hell. Rabbit season, duck season, fire! Oh, sorry, where was I? Oh yeah, the map view. As you can see, there's a whole bunch of buttons here, all of which can be kinda useful. This one, for example, shows how many temporary and permanent soul residents you've got in your fate structures, which can be very useful when you're trying to balance your fate structure's resources. This button shows the efficiency of your fate structures, which is determined by a number of factors that we'll get into later. This next button shows the good and bad vibes that are hovering over your buildings. Vibes can affect the efficiency of your fate structures, so it's a good idea to keep track of them. Some buildings, like topias and gates, emit very strong vibes, so be careful where you put them. And remember, in hell, bad vibes are good. This button shows how full your buildings are, which should be pretty darn self-explanatory. This button shows you zoning, which is good for getting a cheap overview of your layout. Whew! We're in the home stretch now, boss. This button shows how crowded your roads are. You can save a few pennies by keeping your traffic on the light side. This is the karma button, and it'll show you a diagram of your karma stations, karma track, and karma portals. And this last button, yippee, shows which structures are carrying an empowering ad infinitum charge, which is vital in making your fate structures evolve. And whew, that's all there is to the maps.
All right, limbos.
So, my dear Ms. Good Halo, would you like to enlighten the demiurge on the subject of limbo bars?
Ew, those things are so, ew. I don't know why we allow them in heaven to begin with.
Frankly, I'm not too fond of them either. Hell loathes second chances. However, duty calls, so. Limbo bars, your mightiness, are temporary havens for lost souls. Those displaced spirits who for one reason or another cannot find what they're looking for in the afterlife. Normally, lost souls drift out of your afterlife forever, causing you to lose many a penny for each one that slips from your grasp.
With limbo bars, though, you can temporarily stave off your losses.
Regrettably, yes. Here's how it works. Consider this little slice of heaven over here. Just 4 kicks will destroy the road that connects it with the rest of heaven.
Hey, stop it!
Shh! I'm making a point. As you would expect, without the connecting road, souls are being lost left and right. Here's where a limbo bar comes in handy. I'll just click on the limbo bar button, pick a bar, and put it down somewhere where we can see it. Once I've started the simulation running again, you'll notice that the lost soul spikes have disappeared, and that the limbo bar's little canisters are moving up and down. This means that the limbo bar is attracting customers and entertaining them until the road is fixed.
You mean getting them drunk, don't you?
Well, yes. Studies have found that the only thing that can keep a lost soul from drifting off is the promise of free beer. Unfortunately, each limbo bar is equipped with only a limited supply of inebriants, and when they run out, boom.
So it's a good idea not to count on your limbo bars too much.
I think I usually go by without building those, but anyways.
So, like who's going to tell the boss about the rocks?
Rocks. You actually have something to say about rocks. I knew heaven was stiflingly boring, but you really have so little conversational material that you spend your time talking about rocks?
Not ordinary rocks, silly. I'm talking about the big old rocks so heavy the boss can't lift them. You know, the ones that you find all over the plains of heaven and hell.
Oh, those rocks. Yes, they're so much more interesting than plain old dull rocks. Why don't you go talk to them instead of boring us with your constant prattle?
Because the boss needs to know about how the siphons work. See this button here, boss? That's the one that brings up the ad infinitum siphons. It also brings up banks, but we'll talk about those later. Siphons draw little bits of infinity, what we call ad infinitum, from the rocks. When you put a siphon down next to a rock like this, the rock begins to pulse, showing that you've tapped into it.
Did it ever occur to you that the demiurge might like to know why he'd want to tap into ad infinitum?
Oh yeah, duh. Thanks, Wormy. The ad infinitum energy helps make your fate structures evolve. With ad infinitum, you'll get much larger and keener looking rewards and punishments. Without it, you'll never see some of the afterlife's better buildings. Ever.
Is that all you have to say about rocks?
Did I mention that the siphons have to touch other buildings, roads, or rivers to spread the ad infinitum?
You have now.
Okay then, I'm done.
Say good night, Arya.
Good night, Arya.
finally, ports.
Ports are relatively simple, so maybe I can enlighten you without the poster girl for terminal virtue butting in. If you want souls to travel across one of the rivers in heaven or hell, use your port button to choose a port. Then place one on each side of the river opposite each other. Soon you will be delighted to discover graceful craft punting up and down the waterways of the realm. Don't forget that ports, like all your structures, have maximum capacities, so check on them occasionally, either through the microview or the appropriate graph, and don't allow them to become overloaded.
Okay, so you give this game credit as some good job. It is. This is a very charming game, and we're now going to start properly playing it. So again, it does have sort of some old-fashioned controls that I'm going to need to get used to. But now, one thing that I have learned through playing the game is that so heaven benefits from efficient roadways, and gates will produce like good and bad vibes. Now, there's a couple of things that I can do here because I do have, like, I'm playing on easy, so there's a lot of money. So if I want, I can just build the high quality gate right off the start. But let's play kind of like we're gonna go for the, I don't know, like we'll play like we're doing it for real. So in this case, we'll start with the Dante class Heaven's Gate. And one thing I will note is just like most city builders, planning ahead is sort of important. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to leave some space in the corners so that I can upgrade. Now, you'll notice, so normally, if you're playing a modern game, you'd probably push your middle mouse button and, that way you'd be able to sort of see the edges and such. No such luck. You get slightly disoriented and just push these here. So there's a small dilemma as far as heaven is concerned. And this is what I might be able to do is just take a look. There are some descriptions of these buildings. So the Dante class, the least expensive of Heaven's Gates, is also the quaintest. In blatant defiance of modern technology, the angelic staffs of these antiquated portals meticulously go over each soul's record by hand before allowing them entrance into heaven. This personal touch greatly enhances the charm of heaven, but is terribly inefficient, which is why these gates can only process 2,000 souls a year. So it'll give us this, again, I'm just kind of following some of the game's advice. A lot of this hopefully is kind of apparent why I'm doing. So this gate is not trafficked, employing 2,500 angels under moderately bad vibes and close enough to a road. So one of the ways that you can sort of think about this, right, is that if you're in heaven, anything that's going to make you think about going away from it is not going to be good. And so karma stations and gates are going to be generating some bad vibes. And of course, in hell, you want to get out of there, so karma stations and gates are going to be giving off good vibes, both of which are going to wind up depressing your building value. So with that in mind, what I want to do is I want to try and give myself some space from what we, from what we're. I want to give myself some space from the vibes. Now, it actually does look like it's basically contained into its own region, so I may be able to just get by without it. The other thing I'm kind of curious about is whether or not these siphons cause any sadness. I don't see it. Yeah, no vibes. So I will confess I'm not 100% sure. Not 100% sure how much you need for this stuff to work. But I do have a bit of a plan in terms of how I'm going to connect these and also just try and keep my heaven in in good shape. So let's think about our karma stations. So magic bus is a 3x3. Soul mover is also 3x3. So I figure I'll just put the gate and the the karma station close to each other. Now, you may wonder, well, it's by the road, so why does it look trashy? It's basically just because I haven't hooked it up to a portal. And actually, I have made myself... I've made things a little difficult for myself here, because I actually put the station kind of far away from a portal. Also, holy hell, that's... Okay, I get it. Those vibes are probably going to go away as soon as I hook this thing up, so... Let's get some track, and... One thing that might be tempting is for me to find... So, like, I could do a big, long snake like this. So let's zoom out a little bit and see what that would accomplish. So what I kind of want to... What I basically want to take a look at here is... Am I going to be able to... do, like, rely on this road in hell? Or would it be better for me to sort of, you know, kind of go lengthwise like this? I think I'll probably be able to make this work inside of hell. So, this is definitely a lot longer than I wanted. If I can... Oof. Yeah, so the dilemma I have is... I'd like to make sure it isn't any longer than it... Well, I guess we could do something like that. It's just kind of hard to see... Like, I can't quite get that pixel perfect placement, so... Cool, it worked. And then again, so you can see the track, and similar one in hell. One thing that also kind of works as far as the hell setup is that I wouldn't actually be able to build a track like that. Oh, actually, yes, I would, because there's a line here. I was just going to say that it seems like I'm kind of taking advantage of some infrastructure in heaven, but we've spent enough time talking about the karma tracks. So, I would like to get some angel training down. Actually, you know what? I think I'm just going to direct my view this way. So let's zoom in. Now, I don't know whether or not this works out, but I don't know if this is how the game works, but one of the ways I like to think about this is I want to give the souls a chance to serve before I give them their rewards and punishments. The other thing that's nice is this does present a bit of a buffer from the bad vibes. It does actually look like the karma station does generate a bit more than I thought they did. So what I like to say here is that basically we put down the infrastructure for training before any rewards or punishments, so that we gotta maximize the recruitment. So there we go. And I think what I'm gonna do here, one way I try to make the vibes make sense is I just kind of put down test roads to see if I can. Does this not? Yeah, there we go. Actually, that's a really good indicator. Yeah, so basically we don't zone past these roads. It's a little inconvenient, but I think we can make this work. Okay. Now, one thing about heaven is that the souls kind of like to mingle. So there's a couple things that I can do. So first of all, we were talking about the topias. So those wind up giving off some good vibes. And then the other thing I want to keep in mind. So for heaven, we want to combine people together. We want to get them to where they need to go quickly. In fact, this is going to be a little silly, but and while I'm at it, we can get some extra power as well. So maybe we'll find something to do with this. But like basically what I want to do now is I want to think a little bit about how I'm going to zone heaven so that I can maximize all of the souls mingling. I want to try and take advantage of the topia. So we'll put down the penny pyramids. And I think the easiest way for me to handle this is that I know that you are... So... Actually, here's a great way that I can handle this. So I was just going to say, I know that you get basically 3 spaces from every road. So for instance, we could do something like this, and we could basically put sort of these 3x3 blocks along the roadway here. But again, I want to maximize the number of places that are touching the pyramids. And again, because angels have wings, they don't actually need to fly into the pyramid. Now, what I was originally going to do was something like this, but it does occur to me that I actually need to be able to like get around. So if I do 4, so 1, 2, 3, 4, we go 1, 2, 3. So we put down something like this. And then what I can do is, I hope I got this right. Yeah, so we've got our sort of 3x3s. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So to my understanding, we should be able to basically house every kind, or like this should maximize the good vibes that come from the 100,000 penny pyramid. When a demiurge needs angelic housing slapped together in a hurry, he can't do any better than the 100,000 penny pyramid, constructed from large prefabricated sheets of Cloud9 brand canvas and held aloft by tent pegs of light. These cities efficiently meet the labor needs of the beginning divine planner. Actually, it turns out we can pay to upgrade. Is that true for the gates as well? Oh, that's nice. Okay. But yeah, so what we're going to do now is we're just going to zone heaven. And I figure we'll just go right to left. So we've got our contentment, charitable. Oh, I already screwed it up. Okay, well, that's fine. We'll deal with that later. So now we've got sloth. Sorry, not sloth. Diligence. Chastity. Always a popular one around these parts. Okay, yeah. Well, that's fine. I'll just rip up some road then. Peace. Alright, so this is a bit of a waste of money, but So I suppose the question now becomes, it probably would make some sense for me to... Also, shouldn't this thing have positive vibes? Okay. Yeah, so I'm just trying to think, like, do I want to bump these things straight up against the edge of the pyramid? That probably makes the most sense, but... Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I would like to do 3x3 blocks, and there is a benefit to combining groups. So yeah, here's how we're going to do this. I can't remember if the graphs told us the demand for... Because like we've got some graphs up here just telling us what's needed. So yeah, it turns out this weird shape is actually makes it a little harder to navigate than I thought. Okay, let's just take a second here. So we've got 1, 2, so 3x3 here. 3x3 here. So these two wouldn't have ever worked out. I don't feel great about this, but it covers me for now, and we can at least say that we've built heaven. And again, I'm a little unsure about the energy needs, but we're gonna call that a day and start working on hell. Now, we were talking about the efficiency of... We're talking about like the efficiency of heaven and its road network and all of that. What we want to do for hell is the exact opposite. And this is actually going to be a nice chance for me to get some extra power bill. So as far as I'm concerned, I actually also want to make it so that it's like the maximum distance possible to get to your, your punishment, including reincarnation. Let's go... Actually, I'm going to go bananas on this. Let's say we quarantine the good vibes in the same spot. Now we're going to do the same principle for the gate.
Welcome.
So we're going to start with one of these. We'll do the descriptions in a little bit. I feel like... I messed something up here with the gate. But that's fine, because we're designing this. So here's the way that I'm going to think about these roads. You need... so in the case of heaven, there's no access with the 3, right? We saw that if you're more than 3 tiles away, you are going to... like, you count as not being connected. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this long and winding road that goes like 4 tiles... that's 4 tiles away from where you want to go. And in fact, I'm also going to do this for the karma station. So we're going to say 1, 2, 3, 4. So we know part of the journey is going to go... Actually, I'm going to be a real jerk about this, so... So, 1... No, you know, we'll do something like that. So this is probably enough, but I'm actually going to add one more layer just in case. This is actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, no, that works for me. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to just make this big, long, winding road. And the worst thing out of all of this is that I'm actually going to put a... I'm going to put a port. Oh. Okay, similar principle here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, this is going to be your big, long, winding path to... So this whole area here is sort of my canvas for the worst possible... road that you can travel. Conveniently, this also gives me access to a siphon. So I want to make sure I have enough space between these things. This might let people jump the queue. Okay, so now I gotta make some specific design decisions here. I'm fine with the way this is turning out because I've got a couple of other tricks that I can employ. So one thing I do want to make sure is that all this stuff is connected. Yeah, it looks like it is. I hope that counts as connected. Okay, and now we're going to kind of tickle the edge and... oh, we might actually let people jump over on this side. I might have messed this up a little bit, but... I'm just going to hug the edge of the river as much as I can. Now, I may have to give some of this up when it comes time to so basically when it comes time to like to expand hell, I may have to actually start using some of this real estate. But the main purpose behind this design is just to try and make the destination or the walk to the punishment as long as possible, This will obviously work a little bit better as the sorry, as hell starts filling up and there are like more souls traveling on the road. Presumably it's going to be like a longer journey and all of that. But I also do want to keep my recruitment plans in mind. So we're just going to set up that training camp. Actually, yeah, sorry. Let's get our descriptions read while we're up to this. So, the community colleges of the clouds are low-intensity, low-yield angel training centers. Their motto is, if you've got a head, we've got a halo. And they've been living up to that credo for centuries, methodically training even the densest of souls until they've earned their wings. The Soul Mover Karma Station. In the olden days, reincarnation was a tricky matter. Souls who wanted to reincarnate out of heaven were scooped up by angels, flown into the karma portals, and chucked into the swirling nexi of transdimensional energies. As eternity dragged on, the flaws of this system became painfully evident. For one thing, larger heavens required legions of angels to keep up with reincarnation demands. Even worse, the volatile energies of the karma portals would occasionally swallow up the angels along with the souls, causing all kinds of paperwork problems. Eventually, a supremely fed up batch of angels and demons got together and devised modular, expandable mass transport system capable of carrying large numbers of souls to karma portals without putting angels or demons at risk. The first vehicles to travel along these karma tracks were dubbed soul movers, as they were hailed by the powers that be a miracle of modern technology. I will read the road in heaven, but heaven's ad infinitum siphon. The afterlife would quickly lose its appeal without a little touch of the infinite to keep souls constantly happy/sad. Without the infinite, severed limbs wouldn't grow back, and the 403rd helping of apple pie wouldn't taste as good as the first, and souls would soon grow bored with even the most pleasurable, painful of fates. Fortunately for you, the very fabric of the afterlife is interwoven with thin strands of the infinite, which are more than capable of charging the multiple paradoxes found in a typical afterlife, at least up to a point. You see, the ambient infinitum level in most afterlives just isn't enough to soup up your rewards and punishments much past the halfway point. If you want to run a really snazzy afterlife, you have to find more infinitum. Enter the ad infinitum siphon. See those rocks scattered hither and yon about the afterlife? Those rocks are infinitely heavy, man. They're teeming with infinitum, just waiting to be sucked up by an ad infinitum siphon like this. Speaking of, a rock that is too heavy to lift. No one knows who created these rocks or what they were thinking, but it'll take someone a lot more powerful than you to move them out of the way. Sorry, I realize I am taking my time to get started. I'm probably going a little siphon nuts here, but seeing as hell got a whole lot of them, I'm gonna just take a minute here and connect them. I won't worry about these until I have to, but okay, let's go back to hell. So again, we built a road network, but we haven't done much else. Sorry, there is one more heaven item. A road in heaven. Some would have you believe that the roads in heaven are paved with gold. What a silly notion. Gold, while amazingly ductile, is still too hard to surface on the souls of heaven's blessed souls. In unreality, the roads of heaven aren't paved at all. They're beautifully landscaped dirt roads made from the most buoyant dirt in the cosmos. The dirt is so nutrient-rich, how rich is it, that each step a soul takes osmotically enriches the soul at nearly 100% efficiency, meaning that a soul's souls never get tired. All right. Heck. Hell's Gate, Milton class. Demons are a stubborn lot. Although recent technological advances have made it possible to process up to 2 million souls a year through one infernal gate, many demons still prefer these intimate Milton class gates. When souls arrive at these gates, they're instantly set upon by a demonic caseworker who tallies their individual sins by hand before kicking the soul through the gate. Such individual attention adds immeasurably to the torments of hell, but it is horribly inefficient, which is why the Milton class gate can only process 2,000 souls a year. I think the ad infinitum siphon still, yeah, it's still the same text, but the Burning Annex. These low-pressure, low-yield dormitories train damned souls for the duties of demonhood in a laid-back, casual manner. To earn their wings, trainees are merely required to attend 6 months' worth of demon workshops and complete a multiple-choice test that's only slightly more difficult than the one at your local Department of Motor Vehicles. Burning Annex graduates are openly mocked by Hell's other demons. Now, the road. A road in Hell. They say that the road to Hell is paved with good intentions. Well, I don't know who they are, but they're dead wrong. As you can see, a road in Hell is paved with sticky hot tar mixed with broken glass and bone shards, which is a whole lot more painful than good intentions. Also, you can get Hell's River. This is one feature I like about the game. You actually get a chance to see some of the punishments and rewards. So, Hell's River. If you find yourself in Hell, for gosh sakes, do not attempt to swim in the rivers. Basically, being dank, smelly, disease-infested, stagnant, and crawling with all sorts of unnameable serpents, they also tend to burst into flames at a moment's notice. Hell on 30 pennies a day, Perdition Press. That's a river in Hell. I guess I didn't talk about a river in Heaven. Heaven's River. Things you should know about the rivers that run through Heaven. 1. They're utterly unpollutable. Angels have been dumping heavenly waste in there for eons, but it all just washes away. 2. They're totally potable. Souls on their way to their final rewards often stop along the banks of these rivers, chug a few liters of these vision-inducing waters. 3. They're way wide. Too wide to swim across. That's why souls must be ferried from shore to shore. Now, we haven't built the infrastructure for sailing souls because we obviously want to kind of cram this area with what we need first. Anyways, so we've got our big, long, winding road. We've got our training center. Now we actually need to start building, building the rewards and punishments. So there's a couple things that I can do here if I really wanted. I could make an even longer path to get to all the extra rewards and punishments and things like that, but I think that might be pushing things a little far, to be honest. So I think I'm content with leaving it here, but we are going to do the same thing that we did in Heaven with a slight variation. So remember that we said that Heaven, all the rewards want to be sort of in the same area. In Hell, we actually want the punishments to be separated. And what I'm just going to do is these isolated 3x3 blocks. I might even put roads around. I mean, actually, I was thinking that maybe I could divide them by roads, but it's actually better if I snarl up the traffic along that way too. So what I do want to do is just make sure I put the tombs down. So 1, 2, 3. I was going to try and get clever, but no, I think, yeah, we're just going to do that. Okay, let's zoom in and see what we're working with. So, same story here, 3x3, so we've got a space for the envious, space for the avaricious. Now, I don't think we're actually going to be able to completely surround the building, but I want to get as close as we can. Here's a space for the gluttons. For the slothful. I kind of actually want to put the slothful at the end. That seems particularly mean. In 2998, welcome from the future. How you doing, Erasmus? I had no idea it was 98. I feel like I should be putting this close. Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna mess with the placement a little bit. I think I first played this in one of those LucasArts, like they had a like the archives collections, I think. Right, yeah, so I was going to put the slothful. Okay, so there's something for the lustful. There we go for wrath. Again, I don't want to combine these, but I do want to touch. Tricky. Okay, no, I can make this work. So, this is for the proud, yeah. There we go. I think that is as miserable as I can make everyone. Actually, no, there's a couple of other ways that I can make this. So we'll blow those up. There, even better. So everybody's isolated. I have to have at least one road to make sure. Actually, you know what? You can even get rid of that. So yeah, they have to go around the end. So, but the biggest thing I'm proudest of in terms of this setup is that the slothful have the longest distance have the longest distance to travel. So, tombs. Demons, as a rule, loathe the damned and want to have as little contact with them as inhumanly possible. That's why all their city structures, what we call dystopias, incorporate some sort of anti-gravity device. They don't want their living quarters even touching the same mud that the damned wallow in. The most primitive of these dystopia are the towers of unfortunate missteps. The tombs represent Hell's first attempt to totally disconnect the demons from the damned, and as you can see, they only figured out the principles of anti-gravity towards the very end of the construction phase. Once a zero-G sphere was erected, the strange jutting tower that was supposed to house thousands of demons was quickly abandoned. And again, there's not much we can do about this except upgrade it. So, we are now ready to open heaven or hell. So I'll leave it to you, chat. Do you want to see the opening of heaven, or do you want to see the opening of hell first? Because we're only going to get to see one of these things spring up all the buildings. I'm probably going to have to pause pretty quickly to adjust the sort of the macro manager for a bunch of these buildings. But all right, we want to look at heck. I'm assuming you're all going to take it for granted that these gates are going to open, and I'm assuming you all want to see the punishments build up. So, I mean, I can zoom out like this, but that's not very interesting, so. Nope.
Souls are leaving your afterlife because they can't find their expected fate structures.
Jasper's right, boss. You'd better look at the graph view, find out what kinds of fate structures you need, and get zoning.
All right. So, I'm curious if this updates in real time. I'm guessing it doesn't, but we're going to go to mortal plotting. There we go.
Congratulations, your pandimensionalness. Hell's roads are disgusting.
Oops, sorry.
Congratulations, your pandimensionalness. Hell's roads are disgustingly efficient, briskly transporting the damned from one punishment to another with a minimum of fuss.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought you said...
Wait for it? Unfortunately, an efficient road system is the last thing you want in hell, and will only serve to suppress the evolution of your punishments. If you ever want to see a highly evolved hell, you had better start snarling your traffic toot sweet.
So, we always get this complaint no matter what, but you'll notice...
I'm a trifle concerned that the damned aren't being forced to walk long enough to get where they're going.
Do you really spend your time worrying about stuff like that?
Of course.
How sad.
There we go. So, yeah. they're pretty happy with the inefficiency now. So there we go.
With all due respect, Your Immenseness, Hell's punishments are a downright mess, at least in terms of workforce alignment.
That sounds bad.
Oh, it is. If Hell is ever to evolve out of its current quagmire of mediocrity, you'll probably have to use the macro manager to make some major and expensive adjustments.
So I always kind of felt that this balance element here, it is a little frustrating to work with because, you know, in this case here, right, I got to go and click on each one of my tiles. And as you can imagine, as the game progresses...
Whoa, whole bunches of Heaven's rewards are just plain whacked out of alignment. If you ever want to see these puppies evolve any further, you better find them all and use the macro manager on them.
Or you could blow them up and try again. I find a little gratuitous destruction does wonders for the spirits.
Yeah, I always kind of imagined that this was the game's way of like giving you something to do while while time went by. I do want to just keep an eye on the overall levels of reward and punishment demand. We should be good, but obviously there's the risk that these things get filled up faster than we can accommodate. But you'll notice that right now our population is entirely temporary. So essentially what I want to do is for all of my balance, I want to make sure that we're not focusing on R&D, that instead we're focusing on improving we're doing Oh, looks like we got some permanent wrath now. But yeah, in this case here, we're going in now. Again, I can spend money to automatically balance all of this stuff. But in this case here, I want to try and save that money for, you know, various upgrades. Also, when we were going through the advanced lessons. Actually, I'm gonna flatten out Heaven for a little bit. It's a little easier for me to see the rewards and punishments. What was I going to say? But yeah, so there was some discussion about how we could affect the beliefs, and this is one thing that I could do if I'm really getting tired of doing this kind of management. I can actually the way the belief system, or the way the afterlife works in Afterlife, is that basically if you believe it, it's true. So, you know, if you don't think there's anything, you don't go to the afterlife. If you think that it's always hell, you know, unlucky you, you know, you've just condemned yourself to hell. Heck, sorry. So what you can do is you can basically, you can run in and you can make it so that, you know, if you want, actually, here's a good example. I'm going to pause. And this is just because I'm a little concerned about orange. Oh no, we're good. Just seems we have a lot of space for all these other rewards.
I'm afraid that the fate structures in both hell and heaven have gone seriously, how shall we put it?
Whack-a-ding hoy?
Close enough. The sad truth is your reward and punishment structures are so far out of alignment that I fear you'll have to use the macro manager to get them running at peak efficiency again.
Okay, we can go back to mortal plotting. Now, if I ever get to a point where I think the balance is good, then we can start taking a look at some of the punishments. While I'm looking at it, hopefully... Oop.
I'm afraid the time has come to build new dystopias or upgrade old ones. Oh well, c'est la vie.
Ooh, shouldn't that be c'est la après-vie?
Palaces of Pincer Peril. Once the concept of anti-gravity has been conquered by the snooty demons, they set about building dystopias that would totally distance them from the hated souls of the damned. A design that became favored among working-class demons was the Palace of Pincer Peril. The palaces were slightly flawed, requiring stabilizing pincers to keep the floating cities in place, but all agreed that they were vastly superior to the dunderheaded mistakes of the past. But yeah, so I'm going to be balancing out Hell for a bit.
With all
Heck,
due
for a bit.
respect, Your Immenseness, Hell's punishments are a downright mess, at least in terms of workforce alignment.
That sounds bad.
Oh, it is. If Hell is ever to evolve out of its current quagmire of mediocrity, you'll probably have to use the macro manager to make some major and expensive adjustments.
But some of these do actually have images, and if you want, I'm happy to describe some of the various punishments in Heaven and Hell. I am, however, going to take some time to balance things out. Although I still want my graphs up. Now again, because we're playing on easy, we started off with a lot of money, so I could actually afford to just use the macro manager for a lot of my sorry, I could use the macro manager for a lot of my balance and such.
Are you done yet? Are you done yet?
Oh well, c'est la vie.
Oh, Pooh, don't be such a meanie.
Adorable.
I just wanted to say whack-a-ding hoy.
Shad and Wawa?
Oh, bite me.
So yeah, sorry, I realize this isn't the most exciting way to look at Hell, but as you can see, we managed to get rid of the warning about our balance. We got a few permanent residents. There's a lot of permanent generics. Okay, looks like we're in good shape. So I probably just want to be focusing. Let's switch the graph to Heaven. Okay, yeah, we're fine. We're fine for a bit. Now we're losing money right now. So one thing we're probably going to want to do is take a look at. Well, I mean, we could take a look at the budget. So we're earning 8 cents for souls. 9 now for Heaven and Hell. The reason why Hell is costing us so much more are demons, also our road network. But I mean, the road network is part of an efficient Hell, so we kind of knew that was going to happen. But we also, I think we're also for the demons. I think we're just we're paying a lot more because of the like the boats and the. We have many more siphons. Actually, that's a good thing for me to check. Let's go. I don't want to. Actually, so one thing I could do is just. Oh, hang on. So I can just manually hit all of these, huh? Okay, yeah, no, that's going to. Yeah, let's not do that. Okay. So for hell, one thing I'm going to want to take a look at is the sloth side of things, because that's generating some good vibes. And in heaven, looks like we've got a few pockets of bad vibes up here, but nothing too bad. Okay, so basically I think what we need to worry about right now is just volume. We need more souls coming into our heaven. The good news is that we've got all the infrastructure that we need to handle the influx. So yeah, I mean, the scale gets a little weird when we look at all of this, but we're fine. Yeah, so this isn't a surprise as far as the numbers are concerned. Looks like we've got some angels that are commuting, so we might want to spend the money. Actually, they're increasing at a pretty high rate, so let's just upgrade the pyramid. Bahab's Crystal Castles. No one knows who Bahab was, but eons ago, his designs for these simple, economical, angelic cities were found under a bucket of manna. Angels, being a curious, productive lot, immediately built a prototype city based on Bahab's sketches. They were so entranced with the results, which vibrate mellifluously with the beating of each angelic wing, that the crystal cities soon became a mainstay of heaven. Can't stay up anymore. Gonna lay down and do a lurk. All right, no problem. Let's do some punishment building. So because lust is always the popular one, it actually also has some. Visuals. So, the Punishing Peep Show Pavilions. The Punishing Peep Show Pavilions are just plain nasty. As the name suggests, they're buildings full of old-fashioned peep show machines. It's hell, though, so there's a couple of twists. Twist numero uno, the faces of the lustful damned are sewn directly into the viewports of the machines, and their eyes are propped open. Oop, looks like it's upgraded, so we'll never find out. Oh, no, there's the peep show. The faces of the lustful damned are sewn directly to the eye ports of the machine, directly to the viewports of the machines, and their eyes are propped open. Twist numero tuo. The films running through the machines aren't erotic, dirty, or even titillating. They're merely evil. They're so evil that the damned would gladly scratch out their eyes if they could. Lust freezers. Those who allowed the heat of their physical passions to rule over their hearts and heads are condemned to spend eternity in a giant freezer with only their guilty thoughts to keep them warm. There's the image. And we just got the purple pulsing plasma pods. Demons aren't immune to the fickle whims of fashion, as evidenced by their grotesquely retro purple passion pulsing plasma pods that litter hell's landscape like the tragically discarded idealism of the 60s. As punishments go, they're actually pretty harsh. Lustful souls are transformed into soft waxy substance and dumped into a watery container with thousands of their lustily paraffin-enhanced ilk. As the heat of their passions overtakes them, the infernally hot lamp at the bottom of the container slowly and excruciatingly melts the waxy souls into blobs of multicolored goo, which rise to the top of the container until they've cooled their jets and they sink to the bottom, and the whole process starts over again. Alright, let's take a look at some others. Tooth or Dare. Dentists, dentists, dentists. Oh, that's brilliant. I don't know if you guys can see this, but this is basically one of the souls. There's two dentists here and just a series of doors with all their teeth attached to it. I haven't seen this one before. Flesh-eating beasts. This is one of the all-time classics of infernal punishment. Gigantic, savage beasts rip at the flesh of the damned, causing unthinkably bearable pain. To make matters worse, the wounds heal within seconds, providing nigh infinite potential for horror. The itch is another one that we can see the image for. The sloth punishments are simple yet evil. First, the damned are given persistent, annoying itches in difficult-to-reach parts of their bodies. Then their hands are bound up cute little high-tech manacles that prevent them from scratching. Finally, they're dumped onto a field of plush, satiny, almost frictionless pillows. Demons come from miles around to watch the poor suckers twitch. So I'm kind of happy we're getting a couple of advanced buildings. I suspect the sloth buildings are going to cause us some trouble, but sweatshops at the bottom of Hell's labor hierarchy are the sweatshops, which should in no way be confused with sweet shops. In the overcrowded, underventilated little industrial hovels, scores of slothful souls silently, yet speedily, sew sequins onto demonic loincloths or perform other humiliating tasks. If they meet their quotas, they get to sleep for the couple of hours and dream of a better afterlife. Dreams are encouraged in Hell. They make the horror of the waking world that much more poignant. Okay, that looks like that actually just decreased. So we don't have any angels or demons commuting. It also looks like Heaven's doing a slightly better job of bringing its like having a homegrown workforce. However, because we're graduating them from the dummy university, the average AQ is falling. So basically, we don't have as efficient of a workforce. But in this case, we're trying to decrease our costs. Right now, we want to be lowering our labor costs. All right, monuments to humility. In heaven, many humble souls have huge monuments erected in their honor. These monuments come in many forms: statues, pyramids, skyscrapers. Oh!
Hell seems to be losing a trifling, nearly insignificant number of souls. While this isn't busting your budget, it'd probably be wise to attend to the problem before it escalates. Check the graph view to find out which punishments are overflowing and zone accordingly.
So we run out of space for slothful already. I suppose that makes sense because it's not really the most efficiently handled. I'm just kind of mad that we're kind of asleep at the switch. Wait, that's weird. We should have capacity. Anyways, neither here nor there. Let's take a quick look at our... So one thing I want to do is take a look at the vibes. If I can, I want to try and connect the sloth with sort of high bad vibes areas. So we'll build another sloth region here. Yeah, okay, so hard to say which side that happened on. We may also need to worry about contentment bomb coming. No, we're fine. Yeah, I figure if we've got this much time. This, by the way, is why I'm not cranking up the speed. Okay, I'm gonna do just a quick audit of the rewards and punishments. As much as I can, I'm gonna try and show the game in its sort of full visual mode, but when I'm trying to get an edge on efficiency, I want to I want to make sure I'm looking at the right tiles. So one thing I'm going to do in the next step, I think I'm actually going to start intervening on the world. Now, it's worth noting that kind of half of my money is already gone. So I don't want to be spending too much money on things that aren't about expanding my afterlife. Um, but I figure while we're training up our workforce, one of the things I can do in the I can sort of do in the meantime. By the way, one thing I do sort of like about this game is that as your buildings kind of become more efficient, like what as the buildings upgrade, basically, you have less to manage. So they'll turn into 3x3. They'll turn into 3x3 tiles eventually, assuming you handle them right. So you've earned the right to have you've earned the break, basically. One other thing that I could try and do again is I can try and convince the population to have sort of a higher turnover. Okay, so that's hell taken care of. Now we're gonna head up to heaven. And then I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give the world a technology boost, and then I'm going to so the technology boost should increase the population. And then if I have any money left over, I'll maybe try and alter the belief structure. Nope.
Whoa, whole bunches of Heaven's rewards are just plain whacked out of alignment. If you ever want to see these puppies evolve any further, you better find them all and use the macro manager on them.
Or you could blow them up and try again. I find a little gratuitous destruction does wonders for the spirits.
Okay, envy might be causing me some trouble later. Looks like Ari is not complaining about efficiency anymore, so we more or less dealt with the problems, but I'm getting a little worried about Hell's capacity, to be honest. Okay, so in theory, we've got the heaven we want. I think as a precaution, we're going to put down another block for envy. Actually, we can probably do this a few different ways. Yeah, so those are the three. Actually, I guess pride's another worry. Okay, so that should cover us in case anything new. There's going to be balance problems with them eventually. Let's just take a look at heaven again. So if there's going to be any problems, it's going to be with the contented. So let's add another batch there just to be safe. Yeah, everything else kind of seems to be ready to go. So, we're going to take one more trip down to Hell just to balance out those new buildings that I built. And then we are going... Well, there's two things we're going to do. One, we're going to take a look at the planet, and then I'm going to start... showing you what some of the souls look like. Stop growing. Okay, I think we're in a good enough spot. How's my budget? Still losing money. Actually, we're losing quite a bit now. Just purely because we don't have enough demons for everything. Fair enough. Okay, behold the Earth. Or, well, the planet view. So, we can take a look at the population. There it is. This is the highest density region right here. It did sort of say, you know, we can keep adjusting all the different looks to make sure that it's not a mountainous region, but it's clear here. Like we know what this is. Pretty sure we can rotate the world and see that the you know, this is it. It's nothing special. So if we put technology in place, we're in fairly good shape. One thing I can be doing is I could be trying to push people towards particular rewards or punishments. It actually looks like gluttonous might be. It's half full. We could try pushing people towards certain behaviors. You know, one thing that we would eventually want to do once there's technology for devastating wars, we might want to pull back on the Wrathful. But Wrathful would actually be pretty helpful for boosting my population and making the money come in. But the other thing we can do is we can mess with beliefs. So, for instance, we've got aism right now. So we've got a breakdown. We've got ha ha, ho ho, opera, okra, alf, Ralph. So basically, you can get a bit of a description in terms of these. Oh, does it not tell you? Yeah, so like basically it's, is there an afterlife? Do you just go to one? Do you go, do you start in hell and work your way up to heaven? Or do you, go from heaven and then, you have to do your stuff in hell? Do you get one reward or punishment? Do you stay forever or do you reincarnate? Like, oh, here we go. Okay. So Naism is atheism. We don't want that. So always, was it always an... I can't remember. There was definitely a way of how these were described, like always an afterlife something. So yeah, I think heaven and hell await is what this breaks down to. Heaven or hell only. So this one would ensure I sort of have maximum attendance. Mind you, if I felt that, I was over or under capacity in one of the realms or the other. So for instance, it feels like we've got a lot more space in hell than we have heaven. But that's, maybe that's something else. What I am a little curious about, and then I definitely want the reincarnation, so... okay, so always an afterlife, definitely reincarnation. So if I boost that up, this would cost me 25,000, let's say. So what if I add the... Okay, yeah, so the more beliefs I add, the more it costs me. So let's just try and compare that. So I'm going to promote always an afterlife, always reincarnation. And let's say we're going to put 2... So I'm going to spend... I've got 454,000. So I'm going to put, let's say, 200,000 in spreading the belief. I'm going to do it in the highest population area. You inspire the politician Klin Kernfrick to acclaim the wonders of Aralphism. The effects spread far and wide. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go for technology. Oh, that's really expensive. But we're going to spend our other 200,000. So right now there are 3,000 inhabitants that have discovered fire. We're going to give them a quick little boost. Using your spurious powers of persuasion, you manage to inspire the ingenious linguist Clan Kernuk to invent pottery. News of the discovery spreads quickly. The idea here is I'm just trying to boost the number of people that are alive on this planet, so that, and you know, boost the beliefs in an afterlife, so that we can.
With all due respect, Your Immenseness, Hell's punishments are a downright mess. At least in terms of workforce alignment.
That sounds bad.
Oh, it is. If Hell is ever to evolve out of its current quagmire of mediocrity, you'll probably have to use the macro manager to make some major and expensive adjustments.
Okay, so let's get that gluttony down first. Wow, we're really hammering the... All right, well... We have the time to do the adjustments. I think what I might do is I might speed up the game once we do this batch of adjustments. I'm also going to adjust for...
We've taken one of those census thingies and decided that you've got way more reward structures than you need, and that it's costing you a whole lot of pennies.
Does this mean that the demiurge should, blow up some of heaven?
Well, yeah, if he's got half a brain.
That surprises me. Because I would have thought that hell would be the one that's overbuilt. I do enjoy how much Jasper loves the idea of blowing up heaven. So he's not bugging us about balance anymore, but clearly, if we're running into gluttony problems, I want to try and get these buildings boosted. Yeah, no, I was having a conversation with someone, and in their defense, they when I mentioned some of these features, they said, "Oh wow, I should probably play this again because I feel like I missed out on a lot of the nuance." Like, the one thing I will say for this game, and like, if you're gonna like crib from a game, like, Maxis is really good, right? Like, so like think of what Maxis does. Like, The Sims. By the way, The Sims 4 is going free to play now. But I mean, you pay for the DLC, obviously, but you know, as far as barriers are concerned, they've vanished for The Sims. But like, you know, you've got SimCity, a game which, you know, of course, for me, you know, has a really special place in being that it inspired Sid Meier's Civilization. You've got actually Sim Earth, I feel like probably doesn't quite get its due. I feel like that game probably punched above its weight. Now, in fairness, I've only seen Sim Earth. I've never actually played it. But it seemed like there were some really interesting ideas in that. But like, basically the idea here is that like, it's not just that Maxis has made some really successful games. They've made really successful games by focusing on subjects that seem to have been completely abandoned by other people. Like, they're operating in a place where it feels like they just have no competition, which must be a wonderful, wonderful place to be. Yeah, I have no idea what part of heaven I'm supposed to blow up. Like, I can take a look at the graphs. anything, I want to add to heaven. Ah! Crap. Like, I can totally see what they're saying as far as the, you know, it's just... As for the rest, I really don't see how I can, I don't see how I can be messing with the numbers that much. I think I'm just gonna have to accept my losses and wait for the population to catch up. But yeah, anyway, sorry. So like, you know, again, if you want a good like formula to follow, like just see what Maxis is doing and try and emulate that as close as you can. So this game absolutely could have been, you know, SimCity with another coat of paint, but what I think is kind of neat is they've actually really, like, so first of all, it's got a really great sense of humor. And I think that counts a lot for games. I think, especially nowadays, it feels like games try and take themselves a bit too seriously. And, like, I get why, right? Like, so many of the games that I'm going to be playing, and specifically games that are going to be like this, right? You're not going to see, you know, Ubisoft Montreal make a spiritual successor to Afterlife. What you're probably going to see is you're going to see a developer like Valiant Cheese, you know, who's obviously very inspired by SimCity through Hive Time. You know, you're going to see him pick up on, you know, on some of that territory that Maxis first explored. And you're going to see sort of his take on that. You're going to see his expression of those ideas. Yeah, I honestly don't know what Arya expects from me here, but I just don't see... I don't see a part of heaven that I can blow up in good conscience. Let's take a look at the budget. Yeah, I mean, if anything, it's hell that's breaking the bank, so... I'm curious if I want to start being more restrictive in the angelic universities. But yeah, anyways. So this game probably could have been quite successful. I have no idea if this game was successful. But I feel like this game could have been successful just by sort of aping SimCity, you know, putting a new coat of paint on, you know, Afterlife themed, and call it a day, right? I feel like this game punches above its weight by really leaning into the oh no, sorry, I thought that was a spike. Looks like it's just an improved building. I think I feel a little scared doing this, but I think I'm going to boost the speed. But yeah, so again, being able to interact between the two layers of the world, to be able to see the planet, be able to affect the beliefs on the planet, to, you know, help you manage sort of the construction, I think is a neat idea. You know, as we said, it was mediocre overall? Like the quality of the game or the sales? That's a shame if that's the case. I mean, I suppose, you know, they didn't... I suppose they didn't keep following down the sim route, so maybe I shouldn't be surprised by that. I wonder why these lust buildings aren't kind of combining into something... Like, it feels like we had an initial burst of improvement, and then nothing. Getting dangerously close to capacity on Lust, but we've got more than enough space for Proud, so I'm gonna blow that all up. Gonna put a Lust district down. Yeah, this is a bit of a worry. The Humble are starting to get kind of full. Arya's not bugging me about having too many buildings in heaven too, so that's kind of nice. Eventually we'll start turning a profit. Oop. Eventually we'll start turning a profit. But yeah, anyway, sorry. Where I was going with all of this, like I feel like this game took this idea and went as far as they could with it, and I really like that they did that. No, we're back to being yelled at. Say, I just got to think about whether or not I can afford the influx of lustful. So make lots of babies and lots of people killing each other. You inspire the gifted dramatist Kiak Takulktar. Funky. So again, it's a little... That doesn't necessarily solve my heaven problem of too many people. Guess we could maybe bring some... Try and promote some humility. Inspire the gifted photographer, Kluik Turnak. So yeah, we'll see whether or not that can help us out a bit. I'm not sure what I can do to improve efficiency. Let's also take a quick second here and make sure that everything's got power. Yes. Probably more than we need, to be honest. I mean, I guess that's a way I could possibly... I could save a bit on labor costs. Oh. There we go. really get away with blowing up another one of these? I can't believe it. Okay, I gotta be really careful where I target this next one because I don't want to blow up my karma station. Yeah, okay.
It looks like heaven could use some more ad infinitum siphons, boss of mine.
Or you could just let the whole insipid realm rot into mediocrity.
New Bomb Pro, System Shock, guess what? What? How you doing tonight? All right. Thank you very much for the subscription, or the Prime subscription. Well, the subscription. That was very unexpected. Get sub time. I have to guess that you are an Afterlife fan. That's a wonderful way to introduce yourself to the channel. Certainly not required, but very much appreciated. Let's get a let's get some diligence down. Again, Arya's going to yell at me for not inefficiency, for too many buildings, but again, I don't know what part of heaven to blow up, so. Well, thank you very much. Again, I never like taking this stuff for granted, but I did sort of start the stream talking about some expenses that are going to be coming up specifically for the stream. So it's nice to just have a little bit to put towards it. Been a fan of Cultist Simulator videos on YouTube. Oh, wonderful! Thank you very much. Yeah, well, that's my second, I guess my second guess in most of these cases is that obviously Cultist Simulator has been a really wonderful way to kind of find new people. I did used to live stream Cultist Simulator quite a bit. That actually used to be where people saw most of my videos. But the thing is that doing the game live and doing the game as a VOD.
Well, your spiffiness. Hell's population has reached 50,000 souls. Truthfully, this is a laughably simple milestone to reach. But the powers that be have decided to reward you with this ugliness engine. Anyway, try not to break it.
All right, this is nice. So the ugliness engine will give us a bunch of dark vibes to put over the buildings. So we kind of already know where we're going to put it. I figure this is not a bad place to go. Yeah, I can stick that right in the middle as long as I've got a roadway. But yeah, anyways, because I noticed a lot of people were finding the channel through the tutorial that I did, I figured that was the most likely candidate for doing dedicated VODs, and I've been delighted at how warm the response has been to them. So again, that's a very, very long way. Sorry, I almost just knocked over a pile of books. As a very, very long way of saying thank you very much. It's not just that I appreciate the sub, but I actually really like it when people say that they're finding the channel through the YouTube videos, just because I used to ask for the usual YouTube thing, like subscribe, whatever, but one, it felt very unnatural, and number two, like, I don't know, like, surely if the content's good, people are going to know. Oh, disaster strikes the planet, tribal conflict, 3,000, and we're losing souls, so we're gonna pause for a second here. 3,855 Embos killed, 3,735 injured. So let's not lose too many souls. First of all, let's make sure that things are as efficient as they can be in the Afterlife. But yeah, I don't know, like on the YouTube thing, like, obviously, I don't think anybody's seen something where they're like, my God, this moved something in me that I can't control. I never want to see it again, right? I think people know how the platform works. So, but the one drawback for that is that it does, some of the marginal comments that people would bring, those have sort of tailed off a little bit. So, just being able to kind of get the to have some mechanism through which people are, are expressing appreciation is kind of nice and keeps me from feeling too sorry for myself. Please do not feel a need for that. I mean, it's just to upgrade. So I'm still running on a old Pentium. I mean, it's definitely not Pentium. An Intel Core 6700K, which is fine for most of what I'm doing. I'm playing Afterlife, for crying out loud. This game's from apparently the 90s, but it's just it's something I'm planning for in the future. But no, it's not something I need. I appreciate the sub. Yeah, sorry to pause, but because we're losing souls, I actually want to see what buildings are full before I start messing with things. But yeah, I should explain the ugliness engine. So this thing, under very bad vibes. The reason why I wanted to place it here was I think some of the sloth punishments wind up giving some good vibes. But yeah, let's go back to our graphs and see who's ruining it for us. Okay, so if we take a look at hell, it's definitely heaven that's getting full. Wait, what? Not the heaven buildings. So what in the hell is getting filled up? Yeah, I don't actually believe this loss number. Yeah. Oh.
There's an old joke in the afterlife that goes something like this. What's worse than being sent to hell?
I don't know what.
Waiting in line to get in. In other words, build some more gates.
I don't know if this is true. Like, we did have a surprise event, and we'll probably have more of those come up. But, like, this is 18% full. I don't think this is actually... I don't actually think this is a real problem. Then again, maybe we want to be absorbing those kinds of disruptions. Yeah, I feel a bit bad about it, but... Belial class. The most common gate found in hell is the Belial class gate, which can process 20,000 souls a year when pushed. Famous for the pithy slogans inscribed on their arches, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here," and "Today is the first day of the rest of your afterlife. Have a nice day," etc. The demons of these gates utilize a big old mainframe computer to tally the sins of hundreds of souls simultaneously. So again, that was probably a bit of a waste of money, but we still have 3 million pennies, so we can work with that. Okay, are we? Yeah, we're still at Hounds of Hell speed. I think that'll serve us for now. I'm going to do one more check on Hell's efficiency. And we're going to head back to Heaven and just make sure that it's where it needs to be. Yeah, I'm going to guess that the lost souls were a function of the gate rather than any drawback. In fact, probably I should just stop building stuff, period. But it's a city builder, right? You kind of... There's a natural impulse to want to do that. My God, man.
10 out of 10.
That has been a long time since I've heard that announcement. Thank you so much. Again, completely unnecessary, and $20 is very generous. That covers at least under the Twitch US numbers. That's four people getting a sub. It's actually equivalent to 8 people getting a sub because, of course, Twitch claims half of that. So, again, thank you very much. On top of that, I know there's some people who would like to support the channel but don't have the means. And one of the things I've always really appreciated is when people go above and beyond, because it's a way of, I guess, the ability to pay is what's driving sort of the making it balance out for the stream. The worst thing I think is like I don't know. My view has always been is like if someone who has to think before they just like buy a cup of coffee, you know, like you're deciding if you make it at home or you want to get one from the cafe, like to my view, you probably shouldn't be subbing to the channel, right? Like you got to be able to sort of treat yourself whenever you want to be able to do that. But I do know there's some people who are not in that spot, and the fact that gets, that's where the support comes from is something I really appreciate. So. Thank you very much again for the sub, but also for the donation. Hopefully, I know something like Afterlife is not everyone's cup of tea, but hopefully I can give you a worthwhile run on or a worthwhile diversion for the evening. So for those of you who are maybe just coming in off of Afterlife, I won't do the tutorial videos again. But one of the things that's kind of neat in this game is that sometimes for city builders, you're sitting around waiting. Oh, we're losing souls again. So we're just going to pause and see if it's due to a... No.
Hell seems to be losing a trifling, nearly insignificant number of souls. While this isn't busting your budget, it'd probably be wise to attend to the problem before it escalates. Check the graph view to find out which punishments are overflowing and zone accordingly.
So, not enough wrath. But does give me a chance to build near the ugliness engine, so... So I always want to divide these groups. Starting a new job here shortly, going to be making a lot of spare cash, so you might as well. Well, thank you very much, and congratulations on the new job. Do you mind, obviously, please don't feel obliged to answer, but do you mind if we ask what you do for a living, or will be doing for a living? I'm always interested in this, because there's a pretty diverse group that checks out the channel. So I'm just going to take a second here before I unpause the game I want to do just a quick spot check on Heaven. It's just so I can focus my attention on Hell when the time comes. Yeah, so basically I think one of the ways that Afterlife winds up sort of helping you out on the, you've got, you don't have anything to do while you're waiting for your city to get populated, is by giving you this management system. Now, I'll admit, I think this maybe goes a little too far in the way of giving you things to do. Like, I do find this a little tedious, and I do find the macro manager kind of expensive, so I'm not entirely sure this is the best solution to the problem. But I have noticed that I am actually making a little more progress on my buildings than I normally do, so this thing does help. And you are an assistant manager at a Barnes & Noble. Oh, brilliant. Located right outside of Detroit. I worked very briefly for a Canadian chain called Chapters, also known as Indigo. I think Indigo wound up buying Chapters. And I loved how they worked there. So, like, you could basically take a book home and read it. Like, I think you could get it for like 2 weeks or something like that. And, again, chances are you're going to be working at a store like that because you love reading. But just the fact that there was that investment in the people, like that, if you were not participating, like if you were not reading, it was because you were not engaged. It was not because you didn't have the opportunity. I think that sort of stuff is great, because I sort of know in a bookstore, like chances are the bills are getting paid by, like, you know, new parents, you know, getting something for their kids to read. I may need to put more. Yeah, God, I got to put more Wrath in. Is that why some chapters change in there? I think that's why it is Vanguard Master. I know in Western Canada I've seen more chapters. When I moved to Ontario, I see more Indigo. But I've also seen Indigo chapters, so yeah, I don't know what to say. You know what? This probably isn't the smartest choice for me. What I could probably do instead, I can just double up the Wrath Zone. Wow, we're not really growing fast enough to accommodate all of those. But yeah, anyways, like I was kind of moving into my, like, the career I was setting out to, so it was not for a lack of enjoyment or value that I moved from that job, but it was cool. Like, and again, like, obviously it's a different company, so I can't necessarily draw the closest analogy, but it feels like a good job. I always thought chapters in Indigo had formed some sort of co-op. You know, your old membership. Yeah, no. So far as I can tell, Indigo just outright bought chapters. All right, I've kept threatening to show you what the individual souls look like. So let's... God, what was the tool for that? There we go. There we go. So here we've got Tlatkatlu, punished for lust, 414 years left, and they believe in Haha Ralph Sumasm. Extra, one of the Afterlife's newest souls is, again, however you pronounce that name, he joins us from the Balkans, where he worked as a merchant for 11 years. New Heaven Times recently caught up with this person, a local bar, and asked him about his being cheaper than Congress during the budget hearings. Ultim P9000 computer system will get you more chicks, he said. And those rumors about me spending 9 hours a day counting his pesos are just that, rumors. I swear it on my grave. Later he said, please, don't quote me on that. Sorry, we've heard that one before. On the warmer side of the news, hell hit a scorching 187 degrees today, nearly approaching the previous record set back on 120-198. I have no idea what the heck most of this means, but there you go. We can keep cycling through souls, but... Looks like we've got the laundromat. There's something about laundromats that have caused them to be surprisingly effective punishments for lusty souls. Maybe it's the bottomless aspects of disgustingly soiled laundry. Perhaps it's the migraine-inducing fluorescent lights that flicker at precisely the worst moment. Maybe it's the fact that all the souls are dressed in their back-of-the-dresser clothes. Whatever the reason, any and all body impulses a soul might have are permanently frustrated by these dreary little buildings. Okay, well, clearly I overbuilt for Wrath. NP complete parking garages. The NP complete parking... Sorry. The NP complete parking garages are architectural marvels. When the Wrathful arrives, a demon gives them their car and tells them to leave hell. All they have to do is legally park their car in the parking garage. Naturally, this sounds easier than it looks. For one thing, thousands of empty spaces are reserved for the very handicapped and VIDs, very important demons. And anyone attempting to illegally use these spaces is strapped to the underside of a car for 4 months, which wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the rats. Of the remaining spots, nearly all of them are taken. Sometimes it looks like there's an open space. This is open to space, but there's a motorcycle in it. Hundreds of other spaces are being wasted by poorly parked cars that are hogging 2, sometimes even 3 spaces. Every time a genuine space opens up, a demon driving a sports car in the wrong direction slips into it before the damned can get there. It's evil, folks. Pure evil. Okay, Arya's not yelling at me about overemployment. Let's do a quick check of the budget. Hell is absolutely ruinous. We are importing most of our angels, so if you have idle angels, they actually get kind of restless as... Uh-oh. This is bad. Hell's freezing over. Okay, I'm going to start putting some restrictions on the acceptance rate, so we're only going to accept half of the angels now. That'll start boosting up the AQ. Alright, what are we... Okay, so this is a big danger here, right? This is going to cause us to lose souls because there's no connection to the port. So I'm going to circumvent that with the road. So this is the Afterlife equivalent of a SimCity disaster. Well, I don't want him to get off too light. Yeah, that could have been worse. I mean, this is one of the drawbacks about the way that I've built Hell's road network, is that it is fragile to those kinds of disruptions. But yeah, I mean, so I guess the catch here is for Heaven, we're pretty much realizing all of the gains we can get from a home... Oop. Another tribal conflict, so that's gonna boost Hell, but that's not gonna give us much for Heaven to work with. We're fine though. We've got more than enough space. Arya says, over 90% of your angels are homegrown. Maybe you should turn off your training centers. Go away. Oh no!
Boss, you've managed to get 50,000 souls into Heaven. To mark the occasion, the mysterious powers that be have left a Vista Enhancement Doohickey at your doorstep. Isn't that nice of them?
I am in so much trouble. I did not realize that. Speeding things up. Yeah, I'm screwed. Okay. The Vista Enhancement Doohickey. Okay. The angels are completely demolishing Hell. Oh, crap. Stop! Okay. So the angels blew up my Karma Center. Okay, let's just... yeah.
This is kind of embarrassing, boss. Well, we've trained so many angels that, well, we've got more than Heaven needs. You'd better shut off the Angel Training Center's PDQ.
If I might be so bold as to chime in, sir, the thought of thousands of angels sitting around twiddling their pin feathers doesn't exactly fill me with girlish delight. You know what they say about idle hands. Hell is losing souls, and more importantly, pennies, because you haven't built a karma station for the lucky stiffs who are going to be reincarnated.
If you ask me, that's not such a bad thing. The fewer bad souls that get reincarnated, the nicer the planet'll be.
Well, no one asked you, did they?
Okay.
Hell is looking pretty awful, my liege. But it's not looking as awful as it could. Our various punishment structures have been stymied in their efforts to evolve into larger, crueler torments due to one overriding factor. You haven't constructed any ad infinitum siphons.
Gosh, that is a serious oversight.
So one thing I'm going to do to try and deal with the angel over... So this is just purely because I put the tempo up to demonically fast.
I'm afraid that hell is suffering from an all too common problem. You've built plenty of punishments, but your roads just don't connect them to one another. Try to keep this in mind. Roads are the only thing that souls can walk on.
Playing League while listening to Afterlife, amazing on paper. God, yeah. That's,
Psst. Don't look now, boss, but the demons are ripping you off.
Now, mon petit cherub. No one's being ripped off here. My demonic brethren are simply demanding a fair market value for their specialized services.
Like tormenting and torturing?
Precisely. Since the Demiurge hasn't seen fit to build a demonic training center, it's obvious that he's decided to stick with imported, expensive demons.
But that's stupid.
From your lips to the Demiurge's ears, my dear.
Okay, so basically, because there are idol angels, they are running riot in hell. Good news is apparently the infinitum siphon will occupy 240, so we'll just build 2 of those and the problem should go away. Of course, I need to pay them, but that's another problem. Alright, System Jock, gonna be lurking for the rest of the stream. You got yourself to bed. Have a good sleep, Vanguard Master. Again, I know you're self-employed, so, you know, you get your vacations whenever you want them. But I hope you get some approximation of a long weekend, and hope you get some approximation of a long weekend, and you're able to, I don't know, keep making the game. All right, we got the Vista Enhancement Doohickey. I kind of want to follow the same principle that we did for Bahab's Crystal Palace. Obviously, it's tricky because, like, the placement doesn't work perfectly. Well, here we go. Okay, so we've got our 3x3 here. Again, it's not like we're gonna yeah. I'll put it here. I mean, the problem is that it's not really giving me all that much. I actually need to start building out the buildings to make it worthwhile, but I think that's still worthwhile. Do your best if you're up for it. Once you finish your writing, would you be willing to look? Yeah. No, I'm happy to do some proofreading. Again, I always have that caution that I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't make games, but I know often what you're looking for is not necessarily the game side of things. I think that you've got a handle on. What it looks like you'd like some help with is just sort of the getting the message out part, and that's something I can definitely help with. Okay. Siegfried the Ungrateful Angel, Chapter 1. A long time ago, in a celestial plane far, far away, there was an angel named Siegfried. Siegfried was something of a misfit. While all the other cherubim and seraphim were perfectly content with the wonders of heaven, Siegfried could and would find fault with anything. That sunset's too red, he'd whine. These bonbons aren't chocolatey enough, he'd mope. This velvet cushion doesn't quite fit the contours of my butt, he'd moan. Finally, he decided to do something about it, but first he built an enormous Vista Enhancement Doohickey, which made everything in heaven within a 10-mile radius look even more perfect than before. The powers that be were impressed. Okay, so hopefully we're going to go back down to Hounds of Hell. Yeah, so they're worried about the training centers.
This is kind of embarrassing, boss. Well, we've trained so many angels that, well, we've got more than heaven needs. You'd better shut off the angel training centers, PDQ.
If I might be so bold as to chime in, sir, the thought of thousands of angels sitting around twiddling their pin feathers doesn't exactly fill me with girlish delight. You know what they say about idle hands.
I am a little weirded out as to why Hell is having so much trouble recruiting demons. Because you'd think, right? Like, this is closer to the... closer than the punishments. But either way, angel numbers are going to be ticking up, which is where we want them to go. Demon numbers are going to be ticking down. Heaven's almost paying for itself. And there's a small worry about the slothful. So I'll put some road down just as a precaution. Oh, god damn it. 625 angels running amok. Man. We turned the training center off. This is the only way I can think to sort of... So these aren't even going to be generating power for me. These are quite literally just to soak up the surplus. My god. Okay, good. In fact, probably... I'm willing to guess if we, if I didn't have to build these surplus buildings, we actually might have been balancing out the, we would have been balancing the budget for Heaven. Okay, back to the balancing apps. In fact, this might be a time I want to inspire a prophet to preach some virtues. The argument for that would be not only does it occupy more buildings in heaven, admittedly, that's not something Arya is yelling at me as much. Oop, more tribal conflict. So yeah, Arya's not yelling at me as much about that problem as she used to. But more... Basically, the more I can occupy the angels with tasks, the better off I am in terms of avoiding riots. I'm realizing the one problem about streaming this game, which is I really get into the sort of the micromanagement business, and it makes me miss some of chat, so I apologize. I'm curious what you all think of this game, though. Again, it doesn't have to be storms of applause. If you'd like to see me do more of this in the future, I'd be happy to, but this was... Do I even want to know what that laughing is? But yeah, no, I'm kind of curious whether or not Like I said, this is a kind of a one-off for me tonight anyway, because I know I was starting late, but it's a chance for me to also try something unexpected. Okay, am I just heading the wrong place? We're gonna run into some sloth problems soon, it looks like. In fact, we may already be there. Okay, I'm gonna, again, try something a little different here and try to extend out the sloth area. It's a classic, you enjoy it, there's a lot going on. Honestly, the banter, any banter ranty game you're here for. Okay, well, that is the one thing I can deliver.
Oh, Pooh, don't be such a meanie.
Let's see what we can do with the numbers. So Avarice is eventually going to need some love too, but...
Heaven's gates are clogged worse than Jasper's arteries.
How droll. The message is accurate, however. Heaven could use some new gates.
Looks like we're starting to lose Humble. It's funny because I just checked Heaven, and it didn't seem like there was a need. Okay, so there's a small adjustment that I'm going to be making to the design, I think. So originally I kind of entombed this area, and I don't actually think that makes sense. Normally what we want to do is we want to extend out the regions. Now, unfortunately, that does have some consequences in terms of how we're lining up the... Oh, yeah, no worries. I don't... my view is that I'm kind of the one responsible for bringing something approximating entertainment, so I don't take attendance, and I don't feel sort of entitled to people's replies. Yeah, so... Well, here's what I'm going to do. I should have been combining these, and I didn't. So now what I'm losing the chances at a little more diversity in the heavens. But either way, we now have the Pearl class. Most of Heaven's Gate are Pearl class gates, capable of processing 20,000 souls a year. As in the olden times, each soul is still attended to by his own personal caseworker, but the angels at these gates are equipped with powerful laptop computers which speed up the virtual tallying process by a factor of 10. And I think I am going to bring a prophet to... So, worked really well with humility. Let's go for diligence... Can't do chastity because lust will improve our population, but temperance? What's the highest? Okay, so it's kind of a high population band in the middle here. Maybe we'll go for 100,000 this time. We do actually need to start making money at some point, so... Either way, though, you should be covered. Should be covered for our current losses. Oh God. I think I'm gonna throw some generics in as well. Ah! So I thought I was paused for a while there. Okay, well this clearly isn't at capacity, so I'm overbuilding now. Try to keep yourself to a 2-minute schedule. If you don't reply within 2 minutes, you're dead. This is a rule you also use when someone texts you. Good lord. Yeah, I don't think I could live like that. I tend to be, I'm not super tardy on responding to texts, but I definitely don't have a, like, I'm kind of bad at
I'm afraid that hell is suffering from an all-too-common problem. You've built plenty of punishments, but your roads just don't connect them to one another. Try to keep this in mind. Roads are the only thing that souls can walk on.
I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem is that, oh Jesus, that's expensive. No, 100%, that's 1% full. Okay, so we genuinely do have wrath problems. I don't really like the fact that I'm putting generics in the middle here, but I'm actually running out of space for things in hell.
Hell's karma stations are models of demonic efficiency, your magnificence, with one minute exception. There aren't enough of them.
Well, that covers that. I actually went high on Wrath and Lust because basically it's increasing the...
I'm afraid that hell is suffering from an all-too-common problem.
I don't think this is true.
You've built plenty of punishments, but your roads just don't connect them to one another. Try to keep this in mind. Roads are the only thing that souls can walk on.
Yeah, sorry, what was I going to say? Also, are we making money yet? We're not even close to making money. Okay. I think we're just going to go bankrupt.
While you've still got the cash, I'd suggest building a bank or two. With a bank, you can get a loan, and loans can be very helpful.
Wormwood is right, but I build my banks in heaven. Our lending terms are much nicer.
I'm gonna guess that this resolves itself, but I should keep an eye on it. But he's right. We do need banks. So we're gonna do the first Warthog Banks of Hell. Drop one of these down here. So loan available 1 million. We risk 5,991,489 souls. Money's due in 100 years. Getting late. Good night. Thank you very much for stopping by, New Bomb Pro. And again, thank you for your generosity with the donations. I'm particularly happy that you you kind of found me through Cultist Simulator. Yes, I definitely will. Let's see if we can at least get in the black before we call it for tonight.
Hell seems to be losing a trifling, nearly insignificant number of souls. While this isn't busting your budget, it'll probably be wise to attend to the problem before it escalates. Check the graph view to find out which punishments are overflowing and zone accordingly.
I'm not gonna do the 10 to 10 million bet. There is one more that I'm gonna do. I'm gonna build one more Warthog bank, and then we're just gonna basically. So I want to just make sure that I keep paying the loan back. The one thing is I do need to make sure that I'm keeping track. So when the year 800 comes by, we're gonna have to pay off first Warthog.
I don't want to be a worrywart, but maybe you should invest some of your money in a penny bank. You never know when you're going to need a loan.
Okay, let's see. First of all, if I can oh. Bats out of hell have been unleashed. Oh, nice. They got driven away by the ugliness engine. Gotta keep an eye on that wrath number. Uh-oh. Should probably find a more systematic way of working through these, but okay, so we got 50 years on the loan still. I guess the other thing I need to start thinking about is, like, where's the money? Like, so basically the question now becomes, what's the deal with the financials? Like, why is the bats out of hell have fluttered away? So it's possible we got by without any damage to the buildings. I still want to get my efficiency where it needs to be, but like, obviously in the case of hell, we're spending a lot of money and we're not making any. And I kind of need to get an answer for that. So definitely my demon costs. So again, I guess the first question there is, like, where did that go wrong? Why am I not training? Why am I not training demons? Definitely spending a lot on roads, but it's clearly our labor costs are what's killing me. Actually, we can afford to turn the Angel Training Center back on. So I'm not crazy about what I'm about to do here, but I'm kind of curious to see what that does to the import number. I don't know if Hell becomes profitable if I deal with those labor costs, but certainly that's a major... That is my largest cost center for Hell for sure. The tricky part for Heaven... Actually, there is another thing that I can do to improve Heaven. First, I'm going to... Yeah, 15 years left, so we're going to borrow... So one thing I can do to help with the labor problem is start blowing up some of these ad infinitum siphons, because that was to deal with the surplus labor force. Okay, so one last pass on Hell. I'm going to try and be a little more systematic in how I balance these buildings. I think I'm just gonna wait for Arya to tell us when to turn off the training centers at this point. So I guess the one thing I'm sort of feeling like here is we've built according to the needs. I could probably have done a better job balancing the various rewards and punishments, because clearly we've got a lot of surplus in some areas, and then sort of shortfalls in others. But I'm trying to think how we can improve the income side. Like, yes, we're currently doing cost management. Maybe I could have done that a little bit earlier. But essentially, why is it that we're still losing money? And it feels like, the more we're expanding, it's we make a loss on every sale and make it up on volume is kind of the feeling I'm getting from my my current afterlife, because we used to be at like minus 140 in heaven.
This is kind of embarrassing, boss. Well, we've trained so many angels that, well, we've got more than heaven needs. You'd better shut off the Angel Training Center's PDQ.
If I might be so bold as to chime in, sir, the thought of thousands of angels sitting around twiddling their pin feathers doesn't exactly fill me with girlish delight. You know what they say about idle hands.
Okay, I think this is about as good as we're gonna get hell right now. So, same story with heaven. Are you... what? Jesus. Well... That's it. That's all my money. So I think we're toast. Like I can make this. I can extend this a little bit longer, but okay, cool. I don't know if it's the sudden boost of siphons that I put in or what, but angel problems dealt with for now.
Boss, you slipped into debt.
If you're able to take out a loan, do it now.
Now, don't panic, boss, but you're running low on cash. It may be time to take out a loan.
I suggest using one of the friendly banks of hell. They're blissfully unencumbered by those odiously high interest rates charged by heaven's banks.
Yeah, we just cannot get a break on our demon numbers. Ah! Oh god, everything's blowing up.
Sir, the powers that be have been sniffing around my office, wondering why we haven't been paying our angels and demons.
If you don't start paying, you'd better start praying, boss.
So, this is going to be how I finish off the stream, unless we suddenly... This thing is off, right? Yeah.
Whoa, whole bunches of heaven's rewards are just plain whacked out of alignment. If you ever want to see these puppies evolve any further, you better find them all and use the macro manager on them.
Or you could blow them up and try again. I find a little gratuitous destruction does wonders for the spirits.
Yeah, we're gonna see what the... No. We're gonna see how the game ends when you screw it up. And then maybe what I'll do is I'll do a debrief on the FAQ to see how I might have done this differently. You've defaulted on a loan from a hell bank. As punishment, the powers that be will garnish your wages for the next 4,654,545 souls. So we're not making any money for a really long time. For the Afterlife in total, we currently have 387,000. So that's basically over 10 times the number that we currently have inside the inside heaven. In fact, let's just go to demonic.
Well, your ineptness. The powers that be have declared your afterlife to be, and I quote, a complete and unmitigated ethereal disaster, and have sent the four surfers of the Apocalypso to wipe your ham-fisted handiwork from the face of creation. I'd like to say that it's been a pleasure, but that would be lying. On the other hand, demons always lie. So allow me to say what an immense personal pleasure it's been working with you. Alia?
Don't mind me, boss. I always get choked up saying goodbye.
So this is definitely a fun way to end. So the four servers of the Apocalypso, big trouble. There's nothing you can do about this. Okay, so we don't get to hear the surfer music. Arya and Jesper have left your pathetic afterlife in search for a new employer. So at this point, there's nothing you can do about the situation. You're just going to see the four servers of the Apocalypse, which are kind of hard to get a read on. There they go, and they just go surfing all over your your afterlife, blowing it up. I think, I can't remember if you pause, if you're able to... Okay, cool. So, there are biographies for them. Let's do this in order. Plague, Icko the Sicko, and when I opened the first can of wax, I heard as it were the noise of thunder, one of the four surfers saying, "Hey, pull my finger!" And I saw, and behold, a white board, and he that rode on it had a bow, and a crown was given unto him. And they really screwed up his surfing, and he cared not, for he was a sick jerk who made people ill just by looking at him. War, the Slash Man, and when I opened the second can of wax, I heard a second surfer say, "Get the frag out of my way, butthead!" And there was another board that was red, and power was given to him that surfed to take peace from the waves, and to split the curl with his mighty sword. Famine, Fatty the Calf. And when he opened the third can of wax, I heard the third surfer say, "You gonna eat those fries?" And I beheld, and lo, a blackboard, and he that surfed on it had a pair of balances in his one hand, and a double bacon cheeseburger in the other, and the third surfer went forth mooching all the food there was. Finally, Death, the Big Kahuna. And when I opened the fourth can of wax, I heard a voice of the fourth surfer say, "Death is like, just part of the cosmic dance, And I looked, and behold, a pale board, and his name that surfed on it was Death, and hell and heaven followed with him, and he hacked through the gnarliest waves without emotion or thought, for lo, he was too stupid to live. Anyway, this is what happens when you screw it up. Oh, I was thinking we go back to the main menu. So, that was Afterlife. If you would like to see this game again, definitely let me know. But there's two things that I'm going to do, which is number one, try and find somebody to host tonight. And then number two, I'm going to see if we can maybe find... I think it's probably a little too much to hope that we could find the player's guide. But maybe we can hope to find... I think there's a couple of online FAQs which... which might tell us a little bit about what went wrong. Not that many people online, actually. Okay. Well, that's something we can deal with later, but Afterlife was from 1996. Wow. Okay, so we're going to take a quick look at this before calling it. So the unofficial Afterlife Strategy FAQ version 1.0 last updated 11th of July 1996, 8:30 GMT, written by Todd M. Lewis, Beowulf92 at AOL.com. Grotesquely boring, legal-sounding stuff. The purpose of this FAQ is to aid the public regarding strategies for use in the game Afterlife by LucasArts Entertainment Company. In no way it should promote killing yourself, killing others, or killing any other fashion. Todd Lewis claims no responsibility regarding any illegal activity concerning this FAQ or indirectly related to this FAQ. It's just Afterlife is the last word and Sims by LucasArts. In this game, you must develop on two separate planes simultaneously. Quite some effort has gone into describing the scenario. There is a planet that is not Earth, full of embos, ethically mature biological organisms. When they die, their souls, stuff of unending life, have to go somewhere. That's where you come in. The mysterious powers that be have made you a demiurge, responsible for both heaven and hell. Your clients will be incoming souls. If they have been bad, they will be punished according to their sins in hell. Of course, we're talking about the 7 biggies. Envy, avarice, also known as greed in the recent blockbuster, gluttony, sloth, lust, wrath, and pride. If those souls have been good, they will be rewarded in heaven for the 7 corresponding virtues: contentment, charity, temperance, diligence, chastity, peacefulness, and humility. This game is a simulation like SimCity and its cousins. You must zone for structures, teach a workforce, provide living accommodations, recover from disasters, but we'll get to that shortly. It became painfully aware the documentation provided with the game didn't paint a complete picture. Sure, there's enough to get you started, but there's plenty of help along the way. But there wasn't a lot in the printed reference material. Hopefully this FAQ will fit the bill. There's not much else to say at this point, as this is the first version. Don't rip it apart too badly. Of course, it doesn't seem like there was any follow-up version. So, is the FAQ related to the official player's guide? No. A lot of advertising about where to get this thing. What you first need to understand is something about your future clients. Whether or not souls will even come to you for processing depends on their beliefs. In the afterlife, there are 2 broad categories: nah, no afterlife at all, and absolutely always an afterlife. A nast is an embo who doesn't believe in an afterlife, so when he croaks, he won't come knocking on either one of your gates, pearly or otherwise. Therefore, all souls you will be dealing with are asts. And we were talking about like heaven and hell, heaven or hell. I think we can safely skip. Just as in SimCity, where you have to create zones for residential, commercial, industrial building, you have to specify zones in both heaven and hell. The difference is that in the afterlife, your zones are where your fate structures are built. Fate structures are the buildings where souls actually go in heaven or hell. Once the zone has been defined, the fate structures will appear automatically as needed. So there's a few comments people have made here. Heaven needs to be compact and easy to walk from point to point. Sumaists expect to go blue first and then work their way back to green. Put blue closest to the gate and work from there. Heaven likes small zones of color next to each other. Cool. I just spider the roads out from the gate, one leg for each reward, with plenty of space, training centers, and utopia between the blocks and immediately around the main gate. This grows harder to do as the pop expands, but it's quite doable with a little monkeying. It would be nice if there's a photo for that. Obviously, this is something that's pure text, though. In hell, you'll be pushing bad souls according to their sins. There are 7 sins, and you must create zones so that your demons may build the corresponding fate structures. Green is envy. Yellow average. Okay, yeah. Hell is the opposite. The damned expect to suffer, so long walks are important both between the gate karma stations and zones. Between zones, it should take a while to walk from point to point. Sumaists expect to go to green tiles first and work down to blue. Hell thinks the sin importance is the reverse from heaven, which means green should be furthest from the gate. Oh, actually, that's an interesting idea too. So in theory, I shouldn't have them all clumped together the way that I did. But then, like, there's no way that I'm going to be able to get all the buildings to give the bad vibes. So I think I'm just going to have to accept a little inefficiency there. Balance. Okay, remember reading about permanent and temporary souls. At any given time, any fate structure will have a mix of the two when a fate structure is well balanced. It has been set so that it's providing the proper mix of activity for the residents. In other words, if it has 100% permanent souls, you'd want to set... Okay, well, clearly we knew that. It's just a question... Oh, balancing is another Herculean task. I think LucasArts threw it in there so that we would have to click on individual structures. And while we're at it, why not appreciate the neat drawings and humorous biographies that go with them? Otherwise, all that detail would go unnoticed. The easiest way I've found is to flatten hell and heaven. Okay, so we're doing that already. Okay, so someone says just screw it and pay for the balance. That's interesting. It actually pays for itself back in growth, believe it or not. But okay, so it seems to be that the balance thing is accepted as a defect of the game. Certainly, we spent a lot of time doing it, so I'm inclined to agree. Vibes weakly described at best. The first question is, where do these things come from? The answers from the buildings and the structures. All of them: gates, karma stations, topias, fate structures, the works. Basically, vibes come in 2 flavors: pro-evolutionary, anti-evolutionary. We kind of already know this stuff, I think. There's probably going to be some bonuses, yeah. So vibes that a particular fate structure emits will always be constant. The perfect spot, cosmic back rub, a reward for chastity, will always emit very bad vibes from fate structure. And they appear to have a range of 1. So if you're waiting for your perfect evening reward, which just happens to be immediately adjacent to get upgraded to Cherubopolis, you will have to wait a while due to the bad vibes from the spot. Once a zone has evolved to its highest form, I usually ignore vibes. The Big T's Shower Towers, a 3x3 punishment for lust, emits very good vibes. Who cares? The next XXO, as Lustful Souls, just found a home, and I'm paying very few demons to watch over them. Of course, anti-evolutionary vibes can be countered by placing topias and gift structures. Okay, so I guess the lesson for me is I need to spend more effort on upgrading the buildings, but it's not like I avoided doing that before. So we'll see. Training center between the gate and the first fate zone provides the buffer I need. Plus, they tend to cancel out gift structures, put out major pro vibes. Each counteracts one disaster with its area of effect, about 10 to 15 squares. Siphons put out toxic waste and bad vibes. Oh, that's interesting. I did not know that. So siphons in hell, but not in hell. Well, we have to siphon heaven, but like keep them away from the buildings. Diversity is not just a measure of the variety found in heaven and hell. Not surprisingly, these two planes have opposite needs. In heaven, souls like to intermingle with each other from all different colors, so diversity in heaven contributes to some amount of positive influence that may contribute to efficiency. Hell is exactly the opposite. You want those souls to be bored out of their minds, so being undiverse is desirable. Here's the key to diversity: intelligent zoning. In heaven, you want the blocks of various colored virtues mixed together. In hell, you want to have blocks of the same color separated from all the other colors by a good long walk. Okay. When computing your adjacency bonus, part of your efficiency score, a tile will look at the surrounding tiles to see what color they are. It gets a bonus point for each that's the same color, and 3 for each that's the same color and same type species. In heaven, it's +3 for each different color, +1 same color, different species. Then this gets averaged out and folded. I have no idea what they mean by different species. So it does give you a bonus for large monolithic blocks of the same color versus lots of separate areas of single color. Huh. So there seems to be some dispute as to whether or not 2x2s or 3x3s are the better option. Oh, but it says I'll still stick with 3x3 because the demon costs are too high. Making money. Now, this is the $64,000 question. Let's see. There would be 6,400 pennies. Do I have your attention yet? Earn more than you spend. That's easy, right? The number of souls you have accommodated in both realms times the soul rate is your only source of income. That should be pretty intuitive, that the way to earn a higher income is by raising the soul rate or increasing your total number of souls. Conversely, you can increase your total profits by reducing your overhead or the amount of money you must spend on upkeep. Train your own angels and demons. I think we kind of already knew that. Although it recommends starting with Seraphim State College and Hellward Bound retreats. So perhaps that's something for us to change in future. Place them near your gates or other highly trafficked areas. That didn't seem to help us with hell, but let's see where we're going. Interesting. So changing the recruitment rate doesn't seem to change the rate of training. Ah, it depends on the number of permanent souls that walk by. Okay. This is interesting. Okay, there's an interesting breakdown here. Sorry, I realize silently reading text is not the most exciting thing. So far, I've encountered 2 reasons to mess with Embo's beliefs, beside the obvious because I can. One, to encourage expansion growth of either of the planes. Remember, way back at the beginning of the FAQ, I talk about Ho-Ho Has-Suafists. No, then go back and read section 2.1. Beliefs. Okay. Because his pesky helpers told me to. Just like everything else in this game, the planet can become unbalanced, if you will. I got a little message from both Jasper and Arya saying the people on the planet believe in an afterlife, they just don't believe in hell or heaven, respectively. I had to open the planet view, select tenants, and influence some Joe or Joan to spread the word. I find the planet thing very useful. Pouring enough money into the planet in one game resulted in a lot less traffic through my reincarnation stations. Big savings in money in the long run, since I didn't have to upgrade to the top of the tier line ever. Not sure if I came out ahead. Tinkering with the planet's tenements was expensive, but it was interesting. Okay. Build one 3x3 block of each color, one training center, lowest grade immediately set to the most selective recruiting rate, one Topia, one Karma Station, one gate. I interpose the Topia and the training center between the gate Karma Station and the Fate Zones to mitigate the bad vibes they emit. I also start off tapping a couple of ad infinitum rocks near the gate Karma Station since those emit the bad vibes. When building cheaper gates at the beginning of the game, be aware that the gate needs a 4x4 square. Actually, well, okay, so one thing I think is kind of cool here is that it feels like most of the stuff this FAQ is recommending is actually stuff that we discovered through the game. Unfortunately, mid-game is completely empty. Do you think you're hot? The name for 1 billion souls per plane. At this point, you can build love domes, omniblages, and once you build these structures, you can nuke most of your fate structures and catch up on your sleep since you bought the game. Finally, player tips. Pressing A during the game will reduce the size of all the structures in the game. Topias, gift structures, gates, etc. It makes it easier to see around those really tall buildings. What works for me on medium is to initially build on only one plane. Yeah, this is something we discovered the first time I played this, is that you can build on one plane until it's profitable, and then you build on the next one. Usually start with heaven because it's less expensive with shorter roads. The idea is that you are financing only one zone until it's profitable. At that point, there will be enough souls to make the other zone profitable almost immediately. The key for me was getting a number of imported angels, demons at 10%. If you have more than 10%, you're paying way too much in pennies. If you have less than 10%, you run the risk of riots. So I built 2 training centers, one top of the line, one and the one below it, in both heaven and hell. The very smart. Make them recruit at maximum till the number of angels and demons is about 50% imported. Then you reduce the training center acceptance rate a little in order to keep the AQ DQ up. My AQ is currently at 116 with 10% imported. My DQ is 96 with 26% imported. These queues make for efficient buildings. Word about road upkeep. I think the cost of roads is calculated by how heavily trafficked they are. Found a cluster of rocks in hell far away from my punishments. Dropped ad infinitum siphons on them. Connected the siphons with the road. Ran the road down the river, and voila, rivers conduct ad infinitum. By making sure that I have at least one road from my fate structures touch the river, I prohibited souls from traveling on those roads used for ad infinitum, thus saving a few pennies. Souls that are visiting more than one fate zone will visit them in reverse order of importance. So in heaven, blue needs to be closest to the gate. Okay, we already covered that in the guide. If you want to reduce your reincarnation stats cheaply, make the karma track long. Souls forget their past lives during the trip, thus making them doubt reincarnation. Oh, that's a really cool touch. I wonder how they found that. There's a money cheat. Use it up to 5 times. The 6th time a Death Star will appear and start blasting your afterlife. That's really interesting. The hidden monster is Max the Bunny. Okay, from Sam and Max. The diversity bonus is as such. It's a real Easter egg. Go to hell, switch the view to north, go off to some empty corner you aren't using, build a circular road that surrounds an empty 7x7 area. You don't need the road, but it'll light up the tiles and make it easier to see their colors. Otherwise, they'll all be gray. Go to Divine Intervention. Starting in the northeast corner, working your way down to the right, lay one out in each of the 1x1 zones of all the colors, starting with green down to blue. Starting with the northeastern green, do the same thing on the left. Now fill the rest of the rows across, cycling the color that's there. Okay, yeah, so you build a big multicolored thing, etc. You'll get this entire multicolored glob. Start time, if you did everything right, get a surprise building that does nothing for you but is just cute. Read the text, it's the Easter egg from the designer. Oh, damn it. I kind of want to see what this does, but we've been streaming for 4 hours and it's 3 in the morning, so I'm not reopening the game. Um, yeah, okay. I mean, not a groundbreaking guide. I guess the one thing I got out of it is the worker to soul efficiency of buildings. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna leave you with Kilgore Trout tonight. He is currently playing Resident Evil, and he's actually the only person I see streaming right now. So oh. Sorry, I'm watching myself do all this. I'm pretty sure he's still broadcasting. I guess I could take a quick second here and see if there's anybody streaming Afterlife, but I'd be shocked if there was. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to host Kilgore Trout. He's currently doing Resident Evil. He's probably going to wrap up reasonably soon. But he is a classic gamer. He does tend to play... he does actually tend to play classic games on old hardware. So if he were to do Afterlife, he'd probably be playing it on something like a Pentium MMX or something like that. But he's usually good late night host anyway. I'm gonna wrap up. Next week, I'm really gonna try and do Imperium's Greek Wars. On Monday, assuming I stream, we're probably gonna be back to Old World. And then Wednesday, I think we're going to wind up doing some Phantom Brigade because I need to build up from my past losses. But thank you all for watching. Thank you for watching me struggle through this old game. It's an interesting one. I definitely want to play it more myself on my own time. And I think if I can get a profitable Afterlife, maybe we'll revisit this. But I gotta go for tonight. So thank you, everyone. Have a good night and enjoy your weekend.